Welcome to the One Shot Wonderarium. I am your host, as always, Tony, and next to me is, of course, my co-host and general chaos consultant, Ramona, who is hanging out with us for now. She will probably be in and out as we play. Behind the scenes, of course, a big thank you, as always, to Blood, my government-issued introvert who helps us run tech and make sure that everything looks nice and sounds nice for our shows here at Roll for Respawn. Thank you so much. Today we are playing a game called Ghostfi. Ghostfi is by Eli Hauschel. I believe it's Eli. It might be Ellie. I don't quite remember. First one, Eli. Okay, cool. Thank you. I thought about it, and then I doubted myself after I said it. So, but I know on social media, I believe they're a ghost of Eli. So if you like this game and you want to go check them out, that would be how you do so. It is a game of last impressions and learning to say goodbye. So one of the uses of this game is to sort of eulogize characters. If you, say, have a campaign and that campaign ends in death of your characters, or you have a beloved player character that you would like to say goodbye to, or even NPC, you can do that. With me here to walk on this sort of between the line of life and death here are two amazing folks. VJ, you want to go ahead and introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. Hey, everybody. My name is VJ Harris. My pronouns are they, them, he, him, and generally it's something funny, but the specific one today is was/were. Jesus Christ. I also, for a brief moment, had Jess/Stir, specifically because I'm a little afraid of clowns. And we all agreed it would be funny. You can find me everywhere on the internet at VJH Creations or VJH_Creations over on Instagram, and everywhere includes Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, Tumblr, Blue Sky, thank you, and I mean maybe TikTok if it gets saved somehow. Who's to know? But I am a full-time ttrpg designer and professional GM over on Start Playing Games, and I am very excited to play this game. I've been wanting to play it for ages!
Side note, and this game, we're recording this game in mid-January. I believe we will be airing this game in late February. So at that point, we should know if TikTok has been saved or not.
It's the eve of TikTok going dark, folks, in case you don't know.
We are playing this on the eve of TikTok going dark, which is a really... I'm not gonna lie, we toyed with eulogizing TikTok. We toyed with that idea here, which could be a perfect use of this game system. And then Anna O'Reilly.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Anna O'Reilly, whichever one you prefer. I use it in pronouns, and I'm definitely human. I'm on pretty much every social media at Peculiar Planet. Don't worry about it. Peculiar Planets, pretty much every social media. I am a freelance comic writer and tabletop writer. I also sensitivity reading, and I play in APs, and I'm learning to GM. But I do that off stream. Friends in the safe space. And yeah, I'm really excited. I think my exact words when the game was pitched was, I am begging to be on this game.
Absolutely.
Because I love games with the themes of death, strangely enough. I think that it's a very powerful storytelling tool.
It absolutely is, and as a game runner, one of the things that was wild to me was the number. Like, I have some games that I think were kind of fun. There will be some games that we're playing that are like cute games where you get to play little animals, or games where you're doing a little bit of romance here or there, or games when you're doing the classic like fighting hack and slash. And by far the most requested game when I was doing this was this game. So many people wanted a chance to play this, and I think it's partially because not many games interface with death in a way that is tangible. Like some games, like you die and you got revived, and that's all. Like or say goodbye to your character. Not a lot of games. Not a lot of games give you the chance to say goodbye and also delve into what ties souls to this world. Which is part of the goal of this game, is we will be exploring death, grief, and letting go. So that is a trigger warning for folks. And one of the things that is actually written into this game that I do actually want to touch on, I don't know that we will be touching on suicide in this game, but there, especially in the U.S., there is a national suicide prevention line. If you are having an emergency, that number is 1-800-273-8255. Because you're worth it, right? Like, so go ahead, if you are having an emergency at any point, give that a call. I don't think that will be in this game. We've talked over our safety rules and made sure that everybody's on the same page, and we have just in case safety tools as well. But this is a game about heavy topics, so we may wander into some things, and I think we are equipped to deal with it. So just as a viewer, I want to make sure that you're on the same page that we are, that if there is a moment where you need to take a step away or you need to stop this stream, do that, please. And if you need help, once again, for suicide prevention, I don't have just a grief counseling line for any reason, but there are good people in your life who hopefully will be there for you. I know in many of the tabletop RPG groups that I am in, there is a space specifically for things like this if you are struggling. So reach out to community if you can. With that being said, let's talk about death. I'm going to read one of the pages in this book word for word, because I think it is a really good setup for what this game is supposed to be doing. Normally I try to, freestyle on it a little bit, but it starts with, in big text, "You're dead. And life, well, it's moved on. Will you?" In this game, players are ghosts guided through the last moments before the afterlife as they work through severing the tethers that keep them attached to this world and making the ultimate decision to move on from this mortal coil or to remain. You can play this as a solo game, by the way. So if you're like, hey, I would like to explore this, but I really don't feel like this is a social thing, I want to just do this on my own, that's totally viable. This game can be played in tandem, or with characters from other stories who have met their final chapters to commemorate their journey. Death is a tool of storytelling, a necessary one. The most human thing we can do as storytellers is to show how we deal with moments in life, no matter how difficult they may be. Cool. With that being said, how do we play this game? So, we have kind of some general character ideas created. Riley will be going first. And we have a character there that we'll touch on in a second. The way this game is played is the character that we are walking through. It's the line between life and death, the journey along that, of whether to remain or leave, pass on to the next. Is going to draw some cards. Those cards will tell us what tethers are binding them. And as we go through, we are going to establish those tethers through a conversation, and just say, hey, this we drew a tether that says this is, an argument that we had. And we then will role play out some of that. With two of us serving as NPCs / a little bit of game master for that scene, and one person, of course, playing that character. And then as we get to sort of the resolution of the scene, there will be a dice roll to determine if that tether, how that successfully that tether was cut. And we will go through. Ramona is just so excited for this game. How successfully that tether is cut. And that has repercussions on whether or not each soul, we'll say, remains or leaves. So that was a really, really broad overview. We can get into the weeds of it. This game has very, very broad guiding results. So some of this is going to be our interpretation of the rules. When you read it, you may understand them differently. We may understand them differently halfway through this game. But I wanted to make sure and touch on all of that before we got going. So let's start. Riley, who are we guiding today? Who are we working with today?
So the character is called Sky. They are in their late 20s. They are white with like dark brown hair, but like really short shaven. They are wearing kind of alternative clothes, but more casual, kind of like a flannel, like a shirt wasn't holding, like jeans. Lots of tattoos and piercings, and I think they're currently standing over their own corpse, kind of looking down at it. They fell down a flight of stairs after having drank maybe a little bit too much, and they're sort of looking down, almost not necessarily in disbelief, but more kind of like, well, that sucks kind of energy, kind of trying to process what's going on. But yeah, I think that's currently where they're at.
I have immediately I have a curiosity question here.
Sure.
Because one dies from drinking too much, does that sober the soul, or is there still the after effects of the drinking on perception?
I think that there's still some after effect. I think they're not as drunk as they were. I think it does obviously sober, like shock them kind of into that. But I think there's kind of maybe the reason why they're not processing properly is because they're still kind of hazy from the alcohol still. So it's not the kind of gravity of situations not really sinking in. That's why they're kind of like, well, fuck, staring at it. I think it's a really good question.
And then, does their sort of ghostly form show? Is it pre-fall from the stairs or post? I guess is the easiest way to ask this.
I think it's almost identical. I think, without going too graphic, the way they fell, kind of they broke their neck, and I think you can see that they've got their head slightly tilted to the side. And it seems to be that's their resting position as they look at it. And I think that they are maybe like a little more wary looking, almost like what they were feeling in a moment on the inside is started to show on the outside of their spirit apparition.
Okay, I really like that. So who was Sky in life? Do we it may be let me ask this. Do we want to draw some tethers first and see generally who or what the tethers are, or do we want to define Sky's life first?
Good question.
Because the general walkthrough on the system says describe their life, but I think tethers are something that have an effect on who you are. And I could see that going either way. So whichever way we'd like to proceed here.
I don't mind drawing a couple cards, see where that goes. So how many would that be?
I believe that was 3. Each person will draw 3 to 5 cards. So let's just split that number. Let's say 4 cards.
Okay, I'm going to flick the deck. Lots of... I don't know if it's shuffled correctly because I'm only getting hearts.
No.
Maybe, I don't know, what was hearts again? I'm trying to go real quickly.
Let's say if I also have this deck on my end. If you are worried about yours or don't think yours is drawing properly, I can draw for you if you would like.
I've got all hearts 4, 5, 7, and 8.
Interesting. So hearts, represent people. Also... They represent a person/living being in your life. So to me, that tells me a lot about who Sky was and what they value. Oh, did we have pronouns for Sky? I forgot to ask.
They, she.
They, she. Okay. So I went to that sentence and went, wait a minute, are those the right pronouns? Perfect. Okay. Yeah. If you're okay with those results holding.
I think I'm trying to see because I think 2 of them would be one of the power cards. If I'm correct, because I've got 4 and 7.
That makes me excited. So power cards, by the way, for those of you who aren't looking at the rulebook like we are, power cards are tethers that have a special meaning. That support unique encounters. So these are even more powerful than the others. And they affect in a very tangible way. Like they can add successes and failures to whether or not you pass on by having power cards. So that is kind of huge. So you said you had 4 of hearts?
Yeah, 4, 5, 7, and 8 of hearts.
5, 7, and 8, all hearts.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Yeah. Because it is all hearts, this could be a really powerful, really cool story. Or it could be your deck being slightly weird. So yeah. I will give you the chance to re-roll it or have somebody else draw or redraw it or have somebody else draw if you're worried about having too many hearts here. Because this game is about storytelling, about having fun. So
I don't mind going with the soul. I think that could be really interesting. So I don't mind keeping them.
Perfect. I just wanted to make sure that you were on board there, and that we weren't having technical issues.
Yeah, I just pulled a couple of random extra cards, and they're not hard, so it's just a coincidence probably.
Oh, perfect. Well, sometimes you get told what your character is like, I feel.
Yeah. Absolutely.
So that is really, really interesting. We don't have to delve into these right now, but to talk about what these are. 4s are immediately, so the first card you drew was a power card. 4s enrich a scene by drawing another tether. So you said you drew some extra cards. Are those still out?
Yes. The first one I was King of Clubs, I think. Yes. Is it King? Yeah.
With another tether. Okay, so...
Oh, I think those pair really well together.
King of Clubs. Clubs are a personal affliction. So you've got another soul, but a personal affliction. Without looking too specifically here. 4 says a person who taught you humility. And the King of Clubs. Clubs is at the bottom. King of Clubs is the thing that you love most. Interesting.
Right. So as for a person who taught Sky humility, I think that would be actually and it ties pretty well into the kind of vibe that I come up with earlier to discuss. When Sky was a teenager, I want to say like 14 or something, they were out playing with their younger sister, Allie, who was like 11. And unfortunately, while Sky was distracted, turned back at some point and Allie was gone and never found again. But I think before that, Sky was very much a person who thought that they could do anything, was very kind of like, almost kind of borderline arrogant, I think. And I think the fact that they, as an older sibling, couldn't keep their sister safe, very much kind of knocked them down a peg. Like, oh, I didn't, I guess, fulfill my role as an older sibling very well. And that sort of I don't know if it's humility in that sense, but I think it's also kind of started to become a almost insecurity where I feel like, oh, maybe I'm not as good as I thought I was, or maybe yeah, that is a problem. And I think with that King of Spades, the thing you love most might also be the person you love most, and that might have been the sister in that sense.
Interesting. Okay, so we'll have a scene definitely delving into your sister, and around the theme of humility here.
Yeah.
So I think that'll be really cool. Let's see, and then let's see. So 5 of Hearts.
Mentor teacher who passed on passed impactful knowledge. Right. I think.
Do you have? Sorry, you already jumped on an idea. If you don't, I have a backup idea of something.
You can. I guess I didn't have a fully formed thing yet. So I'm really curious to hear what your it is.
As someone who very early on in this process, it seems like Sky's life is formed around this loss of their sister. Oftentimes the people who teach us the most are the people who get it. So I wonder if there is, maybe it is an older kid in the neighborhood. Maybe it's a teacher somewhere, and like a physical teacher in a school. Maybe it is a coworker later in life, but somebody who has experienced a loss very, very close to this. So somebody else who has had their sibling either die or disappear, because we're not exactly sure.
Know what happened. No. I think that works. I think maybe even like I feel like it would have been a really random kind of meeting, almost like maybe Sky would have taken up on like a part-time job at some point, like early in their 20s, and got just close to a colleague, and maybe they were at a party, have a couple drinks, and started talking, and it sort of randomly came out, and it was I'm like, oh, I've had something similar happen to me as well, and then but maybe that person is slightly a little older and maybe has already accepted that loss, or kind of accepted like, oh, it wasn't my fault, and maybe should have helped untangle some of the guilt or some of the feelings that Sky might have had. Maybe not entirely solved it, but definitely became kind of a talking point for whenever, for example, whenever Ellie's birthday come up, where Sky could text him and be like, can we just hang out and you distract me or whatever.
By the way, I'm writing down in my notes, Ellie, is that Ellie? Or is that how do you spell that?
Yeah, no, that's correct.
Okay. Just making sure that I have that sort of noted down. Okay. So sort of I think looking in during that party would be kind of interesting. And VJ, if you have better ideas or something to pipe in with at any point, you are also in the same sort of role. I'm constantly.
This has been great. Y'all are doing great so far. I'm along for the ride right now. Just like, okay, cool. I like it.
I am canonically known as a pitch guy, so I will always have something to pitch. I can't guarantee quality, but I can guarantee quantity. And so I have just learned very early on, be very okay with people saying, hey, I don't like that idea very much. Going, cool. Because every once in a while we'll have an idea that's amazing, and every once in a while I'll have an idea that is just absolutely stinks. Just absolutely is terrible. Yes, little one. Anyway, and then we have 7 of Hearts, which is a childhood friend who moved away.
Yeah, I think
this is also a power card
Oh yeah, it is.
This one actually has a little bit more mechanical effects. So sevens allow you to bet spite tokens, which currently you don't have any, so we're not going to touch on that at the moment. Bet spite tokens to remove them. Spite tokens are what you get when you fail at severing a tether. So when those dice rolls fail, you can earn spite tokens, and sevens allow you to wager spite tokens for a chance to clear them away from your name, or for a chance for them to break bad. So that means I think this is a sort of a pendulum of a moment where whatever it is one way or the other monumental.
Right. I think maybe I feel like Sky maybe didn't have a lot of friends growing up, and I think maybe this friend moved away like 2 weeks after sister went missing. So it's because obviously their sister was someone that they could play with and like hang out with, and then they had this one friend, and so they lost both kind of their people kind in this roughly the same age bracket that they could play with in like the span of like 2 weeks.
Yeah.
And I feel maybe the friend just moved away. Maybe it was the thing like the parents are moving for a job or whatever. I don't think it's a. I think they moved far away. I think the friend will have also been upset about it, or But as a child, you don't really have a choice in where your parents are going to move most of the time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's interesting. I'm gonna stake a small, maybe not, claim's not the right word, but stake a small thing that I'm curious to see in that scene is when a child disappears in the area, if the move is tied at all to having a parent at some point feature in that, because how the kid feels about the move and how the parent feels about the move are probably two very different things. But do we have a name for this child?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Let's say random name. Jennifer, just random in my head. First thing I can think of. No, I think it's actually good. I think maybe even Sky's parents might have been suspect. It was just like it raised suspicion. Maybe like especially if they live in the neighborhood, be like, oh, away right after, or maybe it caused some kind of even if it wasn't expressed properly. Maybe like after there were rumors going around of like, oh, they moved. Maybe they had something to do with it, or. Especially if it's like a really sort of tight-knit community where people gossip and like do all these kind of things. Yeah. Or the other way around, if you said like maybe the parents have been planning to move for a while and now someone's disappeared and they've done, okay, it's not safe anymore. That's
Okay. And then 8 of Hearts.
A friend who betrayed your trust.
A friend who betrayed your trust. I just realized I adjusted my mic, so I was probably quiet on stream there. Sorry, y'all. There we go. I was turning it down because Ramona was screaming directly into the mic. There we go. But anyway, so we should be better now. But yeah, an 8 is a friend who betrayed your trust. And I would like to say we have a lot centering around your sister at this moment.
Yeah.
I think it would be interesting for this character to not be as one note.
Yeah.
So if we can get outside of sister centric, I think that might
I think
enrich.
that I was thinking the same thing. I'm thinking maybe it's in like I don't know, college or like middle school or something like that. Maybe it's, I feel like it would maybe even be something almost silly, kind of like, not silly, but more in the, how teenagers can be, kind of. Maybe Sky had a crush on someone and this friend knew about that, but instead started like dating them. And I feel like that would have been a very kind of dramatic thing, especially for someone who doesn't have a lot of friends anyway, and then to have like finally have a friend again, and that friend just screws you over like that. I see VJ's reaction.
Diabolical behavior, actually. Diabolical as adults.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, but even especially like you see it a lot, like with teenagers and stuff. Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay. So I'm trying to put that in my notes here. Sorry, the bird has also decided that she wants to climb on my forearm and hands as I'm typing to help out. So she's really, really helpful here. So I'm a little bit slower at typing this. So walk me through that one more time.
So the friend betrayed trust was, I guess maybe somewhere in like middle school, high school, who Sky had told them like I really like this one person, and then like a couple weeks later, this friend started actually going out with that person. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. It's absolutely diabolical. Was this guy's first crush?
I feel like it would have been, yeah. Or at least first one that they were super serious about. Like that they were. I feel like they've had like fleeting like little things before, but this one's the one that were like head over heels. Like, yeah.
Oh, I can feel that now. Oof. Okay.
Yeah.
I think okay. So I think touching on all of those gives us a much better idea of who Sky is. So. What does Sky do? What is their life before they die like?
I feel like they've dropped out of college at some point. At least they tried to study, I think, a bunch of different things, and then realized that there was every time they tried something a year in, they were like, no, actually, I don't like it anymore. And then they kind of took some time to figure themselves out by just taking on like a job somewhere. I was saying like maybe in like a fast food restaurant, or literally anything that was available just so they could rent a room somewhere or whatever. I feel like that would have moved away from their parents as well. And sort of I feel like it was at the time it was a bit of a mess, like their life in general, as in they just didn't know what they wanted. They were just they're working this job just to be away from their parents and have their own space maybe in a flat with like multiple roommates or whatever, but very much kind of like not really sure where to go from there. Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. All right, and then let's and we touched on this a little bit, but as Sky stands in this I assume it's apartment complex hallway, right? One of those that other people are constantly through as they look. Are they on the lower landing or the upper landing? Are they looking up at their body or down at their body?
Like down, as in down is like as they tumbled down the stairs while they were going out the downstairs to go outside.
Gotcha. So they are on the landing with their body, but looking down at their feet level. Okay.
Yeah.
As they look down at their feet level, and the sobering sort of starts to happen, because I don't think alcohol in the system lasts long on the soul, though it does have an effect.
Yeah.
As that starts to quickly sober up, what are the first few thoughts through their mind?
I think it's less of a thought and more of a feeling. I think it's more of a confusion, kind of unsure what's happened. And then comes the earlier mentioned, well, fuck. Before I think they are... I think the other thought is that they think like, oh, my roommate's gonna be so pissed when they find me. Because I feel like their roommate has told them before about like, don't like be careful. I feel like they've had this happen a couple times nearly. Like they were drunk and went going down for like a smoke or whatever, and everyone's like, no, you should just go stand on the balcony, and they're like, no, I don't want to walk around. And every time they warned them, and then they're like, no, it's fine, and now they've fallen, and so the first one is like, oh, my roommate's gonna kill me. Oh no, I'm already dead. Kind of like that. And then
can I posit something?
Yeah.
As they were walking down the stairs after a drunken night, I think they were live lighting the cigarette, right? Like as they come down the stairs.
Yeah.
And so as the body is laying there, I think you see a pack of cigarettes, probably one separated from the pack, and their favorite lighter.
Yeah.
Can you describe their favorite lighter for me?
Ooh, their favorite lighter. I'm someone who doesn't smoke, so I'm just thinking around like all the lighters I've seen in my life. But I think it's one of those like metal, like really like cool like metal ones. And I think it's like it has like less flames up the side, but it's kind of like scratched off. Or like this is really old. This might have actually been something that they were gifted when they were younger and have been really kind of hesitant to use for a while because it was maybe because it looked so cool and maybe the person who gave it them was important. Maybe later that connection naturally faded, so they've only like in recent years occasionally started using it. Always the light stay at home. So not taking it with them. But yeah, I think it's just like one of those like cool like metal ones where you just pull it like back, and just got like some flames on the side, kind of.
Okay. Awesome. What else? Let's see. Before we get into, I think do you want sort of so the next thing that we need to talk about is called the manifestation. So all ghosts experience the manifestation, a constructed space between the physical world and the afterlife, which sets the stage which ghosts can brood over what keeps them bound. So, is this a recreation of the scene that we have just built, or is this something different?
So the manifestation is, I think, it's something where you said these experiences like happen. These tethers like where that happens, or
yeah. So the manifestation is a completely non-physical space. So it can be anywhere, and it is somewhere that usually souls are whisked away from shortly after they die, or whisked away to shortly after they die. So this could be the place, and Sky's soul has already been taken away to this place, or Sky's soul could be taken away to a sort of secondary location, as it were.
Yeah, I think maybe they crouch down to sort of like reach for their own body, and then they see like as they look at their hand, they see their hand kind of like start fading away as they get taken to a secondary location. And I think the secondary location is the location where they last saw their sister, which would have been somewhere at a playground. But the playground is now it's at the time. It was like a summer, like sunny but not too hot summer day. But right now, the playground is completely deserted. All the things there are kind of rusted. It looks like it's been abandoned for years. It's cloudy and like somewhat like moody there. And I think they sort of appear there and find themselves sort of looking like this might have even been in a town that they since moved away from. They've not been there since the incident, and now they're seeing this. Almost as I remember, but just almost like a dead version of it. It's completely abandoned, and it looks like it's been there for years.
Yeah, the main sounds in this place are the creaking of metal and plastic structures built for children to play on that are moving seemingly of their own accord. Because in this manifestation, while the effects of wind are there, wind does not exist.
Yeah, swings that going back and forth by themselves.
A merry-go-round that slowly turns, right? A teeter-totter that every once in a while lifts a little bit off the ground and then dunks back down.
Yeah.
So you get all of those things. And to me, this manifestation really the quietness of it, the lack of projection means and things like that, to me say that sound is going to be really important in this. So I think on a nearby bench there is a radio that fills the silence with bits of past life. If you're okay with that, we can come with another version.
No, I like that.
Okay, cool. So there is, I think, out of the creaking and the quiet and the oddly absent sound of wind, comes a version of static. It is not, I think, your normal like TV, radio static that you hear in movies and shows. This is a static that you can feel in your veins, right? Normally noises you would feel in your bones, and like ghosts don't have veins, so this is uniquely odd.
Yeah.
But you can feel it within yourself. So I think this is where we start hearing the sounds of you and your sister as we delve into that first scene, unless you'd like to touch more on this setup portion.
No, I think the only thing is that it, with the clouds being, like I said, like gloomy, it looks like it. Yeah. It always looks like it's about to rain. It doesn't.
Oh, okay. I really like that.
And yeah.
If you all are imagining this in your mind like I do, I think there's a slight vignetting, so a slight darkening around the edges of the frame.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
So, awesome. So, this is who taught you humility and the thing you love most. This is your sister. Is this? I think we decided this is right before she disappears.
Right.
Correct?
Yeah. I think maybe they were playing some kind of hide and seek game. And maybe I feel like Sky always managed to find her. Like it was very much a like, oh, you cannot beat me kind of thing. And then in that moment, obviously they just cannot find her, and it's like time passes and they start, I think that's a good way. I think we would set this up right as they sort of like maybe figuring out what they want to play, and then going into deciding on that.
Can I ask, is this hide and seek happening in the house, in and around the house, like at a different location than home? Like, where are y'all when you're starting to figure this out?
It would be the playground itself. So it would be. Okay. I think they're maybe they're at the playground and bored there. And then from there, like, oh, let's play hide and seek. The way I'm imagining the playground is that it's in a neighborhood, so there's like place to go around, and then you get into streets, and like maybe there's little like not forested area, but maybe like with some trees and stuff. But yeah, it's away from the home, but it's in a neighborhood.
VJ, I've done a lot of talking in this portion. Would you be interested in either playing the sister, setting the scene some more? I think it would be fun to step back in the scene a little bit. So what sort of active role would you be interested in taking if you're interested in taking one?
I'm very happy to play the sister. I'm a younger sibling.
Oh, perfect.
Older sibling, so that's perfect. That's why I had to pick this team.
I love it.
Yeah, cool. Right. I think.
So just a quick reminder of the sort of points we want to hit on in this is we want to show that love, and we want to show a little bit of younger sibling teaching humility, because that is the point of this scene. But I just wanted to remind that going into it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And here I'll cut you loose.
Yeah. I think. Yeah. No, go ahead.
No, you go. You totally go.
I think maybe they've been they've been sent by their parents to go play outside, but they didn't really want to, so they just sort of sat there. Maybe there's like the playground has like the sand border, so like it's all on sand, and they've been playing like they both have sticks. They've been playing tic-tac-toe in the sand, and like you can see multiple of them. Like they've been doing this for a little while, and I think Sky will draw the X and then go like, win again.
You're cheating! I don't know how you're cheating, but you're cheating!
I'm cheating. It's
I don't know!
Just pick better. Just I don't know. You always start in the same corner and you always make the same moves, and then you get annoyed when I win. Why need to try and go in the other corner first?
Kind of turns and just kind of grumbles a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, let's play something else, okay?
Okay, well, what do you want to play? We've got like, I don't know, like at least an hour until the sun goes down, and then we have to come out.
Let's play hide and seek. I'm gonna beat you this time. You're not gonna find me. This is the time you go down.
You always go like you go behind the tree, and then you recently thought you going in the tree, but then you fell out, and then I had to explain to Mom that it wasn't my fault.
Okay, it kind of was your fault though. You're the one who suggested going in the tree, so really it was your fault. And it hurt when I fell.
Of course, it hurts when you. Oh my god. Well, just don't go in the tree again. I don't want to. Just. You're not gonna win.
You know what? You're gonna count to 50 this time, so I have a little bit more time to hide, and then you're not gonna find me.
Right,
ever.
Sure. If that's what you think you need to win, I don't think that's how it works, but sure. And they'll get up like where they are and go like stand there with like their eyes covered and go like 1, 2.
Yeah, and so
3,
just starts like
I'm gonna find you 4.
Tiptoeing away very quietly, like
yeah,
like tiptoes away out of the sand and a little bit further, and then just like takes off running to get as far away as possible around like the kind of area, and then hides. I feel
like Sky gets to maybe like 35 or 40, and then just stops counting. Just like cheating kind of, and and then just like and then just waits a little bit and just starts walking around trying to find her and just starts shouting like, Ellie, we'll like look behind some bin or whatever, or like up the slide, like it's like a closed slide. I think like they would go for all the places Ellie has been before. So go look at the trees, go look up in the tree. Yeah, and just start looking. How long would you say? I don't know. Do you want to describe where Ellie hid originally before they were whatever reason went missing, or what direction they went?
Yeah. Actually, so like you mentioned, like there's got like a bunch of streets and stuff around it as well.
Yeah.
I think Ellie like went like north up a street, and then I'm kind of imagining you know, the places that kind of have like the back alleys like behind like the fences of homes and stuff is like turned down one of those, and like the first thing she tries to do is like tries to climb up and get in somebody's backyard. It's like, and can't do that, and instead looks around and then sees there's a backyard with like overgrown weeds and stuff, and there's like a hole in the fence like that's low, and she's like okay, and crawls in there and like ducks down.
I was gonna say, I think as you sort of pass through some of the backyards, I think there's somebody's dogs that are in one of the backyards that sort of like, or like along like the fences and the edge of these like areas, right? There you can hear sort of like barking. You can hear like nature is sort of reacting to this move.
Yeah, here's the barking. I'm imagining like the tall wooden fences that like not the chain ones you can't really see, but does like try to like climb up just to look at the dog, can't do it, and then crawls into that space, and like the grass is really overgrown, so like just kind of crouches down, leaning against the fence by the hole, and it's just listening.
Yeah, and I think Sky always expects Ellie to like sort of stick around the area a little bit because that's what she's always done. But now obviously, she requested that they count to 50, sort of. So I think after a little while they start looking like have sort of combed out all the regular spots and like the around the playground, and then just start getting annoyed, I think, a little bit because they're thinking like, oh, she might actually win. and like, yeah, they're really like annoyed, like, oh, I cannot let, because they think like if she wins, she will never let me lift this down. And so yeah, so they started going away from the playground and I guess like down straight, maybe not north first, maybe like east first. And so like there's a lot of time that passes because it's a quite like Ellie went quite far away. And Sky is going in a completely wrong direction. So I guess that's maybe where disappearance happened when you go in someone else's backyard. And I think yeah, they start combing out, and I think it's maybe about 15 to 20 minutes in when Sky starts feeling nervous and starts like calling out for Ellie and not getting anything back. Starts getting more kind of like sounding more annoyed and angry, but does feel really nervous, like, oh, where is she? Yeah, and maybe even by the time that they get to where you've hidden so many times that you're not there anymore. And yeah, I think maybe at one point, like they said, that it's starting to get dark and they had to go back, and they have to go back home and be like, I cannot find. Yeah.
So I think there is in this process, if you're okay with me adding a couple of small details,
absolutely.
I think in this process there are several moments where, so Ellie is, I think, known for half thought through ideas.
Yeah.
And so one of the things that you keep seeing are little bits. So it looks like there may be a corner of a t-shirt that got ripped and
on the chain link fence that they
on something.
Yeah.
There's like a clump of hair that got tangled in something. There is like, these don't have to actually be from Ellie, but in that panic, in that worry, everything feels like it is from Ellie, whether it is or not. In fact, I think as you are headed home, you see a pair of shoes tied together and thrown up on a power line. And Ellie had a favorite pair of sort of light up kid shoes. And you could swear for a moment that on this power line, something must have sparked as the shoes light up while they are hanging from the power line as you are sort of defeatedly headed home, because even if there is a power line, there's nothing you can do about it.
And that I think that only adds to their the anxiety they feel, to the point where I think maybe as they're heading home, they're starting to like cry a little bit, kind of that, getting really scared now. Which I would have maybe try and mask a little bit when coming home to try and appear somewhat tougher. But it is, I think at that moment that when they're walking home, they have that moment where they're like sort of half crying or scared, and where they're kind of thinking like, if she was actually like hiding and she actually won, I'm gonna kill her. like the kind of the kind of like, if this is a prank, I'm going to kill. If I go home and I find her sitting on the couch, I'm going to strangle her. Like kind of like that sibling kind of feeling.
Yeah. So when you come home, I almost feel like there is a time on the way home where you convince yourself that must be what Ellie has done.
Exactly.
So do you enter the door with that sort of ferocity?
I think half. I think they don't enter like angry, but they do kind of open the door and then just stand there and go like, Ellie, okay, you won. It's kind of like that, but sort of like you can hear kind of still like a nervous tremble in their voice.
Yeah. And I think the adults are having a conversation in the other room. And I would add two more things. One, I know you said you tried to wipe the tears from your eyes to appear tougher. I think after a day of playing on the playground, there is dust caked all over you. So there is still streaks from this, and you've just smeared it into little streaks of mud.
Yeah, I can see that. They don't really realize that at the moment, but their parents would have saw it.
Oh, yeah. To an adult, this is very obvious. To a kid, you have hidden this so well.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. I've been there as a child.
I think if you haven't been there, you've been there and you just didn't know it. That's the
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So but yeah, and I think there's a moment where the parents in the other room, there is sort of a small lull in the conversation, but not stopping, and there's an intensity to whatever conversation is being had. It involves topics and things that even if you were to hear the words, there's a lot of those conversations that kids wouldn't understand even if they did, because there's so much life in between and experience in between those stages. So.
And I think Sky would have first gone around the house, like sort of ignoring her parents, kind of looking, like going obviously into the living room and not seeing her there, going to her bedroom, going to their own bedroom, and sort of like maybe they have like a little like pantry basement, going there, like just looking through the house, still kind of almost in denial, like talking themselves into, oh, she's hiding around here. She must be hiding around here.
I think I would like to twist the screws on this moment a little bit. Did you said that the two of you have separate rooms, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So I think Ellie is old enough to write, and I think there is an open diary. VJ.
Okay.
What would you like to be the last entry in this diary?
Damn. Damn. You know what I think it's gonna be? I think what's written here is, this guy's being so mean. I just wanted to hang out. Kick me out of her room.
Oh, yeah, I too bad. Yeah, I would have said the same thing.
Yeah, exactly. It's just like, she barely ever wants to hang out with me anymore. It's like she got older and now she's just... Right, she's supposed to be my best friend.
That's evil. Yeah. Oh, yeah, but I love it. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think Sky sees that. No, actually, I don't think Sky sees that immediately. I think that is something that they would have, once it became clear that Ellie is like definitely missing, that's when they might have found that, like might have gone in her room and look for clues and then found the diary. Yeah.
I'm making myself sad. My eyes are watering.
I had to take a second to be like, oh, gotta hold it together, Tony.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wow.
All right. So, I think it is in the quiet that your parents realize something is wrong. Because most parents know that it is not when kids are shouting and loud that you have to worry about them. It is when they are around you and you cannot tell what they are doing. It is when things get really quiet that either they are up to something or something has gone wrong. And I think they are like, okay, what are they up to? What's going on? I think there is an inquisitive nature to this. I don't think they come in with any heat at this moment.
Yeah, no, I don't think so either. Yeah.
And I have sort of already put the fact of two parents here, but they are Sky's parents. So if you'd like any specific parental structure, makeup, or anything like that, this is your time to sort of to lay that out.
No, I think it's I guess his mom and dad.
Okay.
Maybe I might have. I think maybe of the nature of the conversation you said, like maybe they've been bickering a lot more lately.
Okay.
So yeah.
Can I put a little twist on it slightly, where it's not mom and dad, it's mom and like a stepdad?
Ooh, yeah,
Okay.
I like that. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, Tony. Who's playing who? Who's doing who?
Because I came up with it. You get first pick.
I'm gonna be the stepdad.
Okay. I thought you might go that way. I'll be mom.
Okay. Yeah. I think that they'll find Sky like sort of like looking through places and around the house.
I think that the stepdad, because as you mentioned previously, the drinking and stuff, I think maybe has and tell me if this sounds wrong. Whatever happened to your dad, the stepdad's been in your life like a pretty decent long time at this point, if not maybe slightly less than your bio dad was before they left, and also has like is a functional alcoholic, right? But also and like even then doesn't get like violent or anything, but does get kind of mean the more he drinks.
Yeah, I can see that. Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's just kind of watching you do this, has a beer in hand.
Yeah. I think Sky's like purposely ignoring them because I think like they're very like, oh, I have to. This is my like full. I have to fix this myself kind of vibe, and also because I guess also as anyone with siblings might know is that like if something like especially I guess in my case it's an older sibling, if something happens to your younger sibling, you are gonna get blamed no matter whose fault it was, because you're the older, like you're the the responsible kind, especially if there's like an age gap or something. So they very much feel like, oh, I cannot, like if I have to fix this or else I'm gonna be in big trouble.
Yeah, I think your mom comes in very gently at first, with a nickname they've given you because this character feels very. The only word I can think of is tempestuous, which is very wild swings on emotions sometimes.
Yeah.
And so I think your parents have picked this up a little bit, and your mom comes in softly. It's getting very close to dinner, little storm cloud.
Yeah, I think they were sort of jumping like, oh. I'm just I'll be there. I think Ellie is just playing a prank.
What kind
still
of
like
prank?
having the mud streaks.
What do you mean prank?
We were playing hide and seek, and she told me to count to 50, which I think is I guess the time she could have run here. So she had me looking for a while, and I think she's just hiding here. That's why she told me to count to 50.
You think she's hiding around here?
Because she kept saying that she would win this time because I win with pretty much everything.
Okay. Ellie,
I swear she's here.
Out.
I'm pretty sure.
Come on out. You're not in any trouble. You beat Sky.
Hey, little Ellie Bell. Come here. It's getting close to dinner.
Your mom made your favorite. We're having ice cream for dessert.
You can have my ice cream.
And I think the soft shouts of turn sharper. Right? There's a little bit of a flare of I think mom is actually the first to break and a middle name gets dropped.
Yeah.
Ellie Louise, get out here right now.
You will be in trouble if you don't come out now. Come on. No more playing around. And I think like the dad, who, mind you, has had like almost a full beer at this point. I'd gotten another one, and typically doesn't set it down until he's done drinking, because he forgets about it and then gets it back, and then it's flat and warm. He's like, sets it down, and it just kind of starts walking through the house.
I think Sky grows really quiet in that kind of, because now hearing that Ellie is also not responding to their parents, they are starting to feel that fear again and like starting to get really scared. I think actually they're starting to cry again, but still trying to like aggressively wipe it as like their parents are walking around. Yeah.
I think as we look around the house, there is a moment where we start hearing noises from the kitchen, and it is dinner boiling over. Whatever was on the stove has started to scorch and burn and bubble. And so we just hear, I think Mom is running in, and there you just hear like oaths, curses from the kitchen, as you know, in this stressful moment, another thing has started to go wrong.
I think it's at this point, as the mom's doing that, the dad kind of goes into the kitchen to the I don't know what year this is, but I'm just imagining like the phone, the cord phone, like in like dials 911.
Yeah.
Our daughter's missing. And it's like, Sky, get in here.
Yeah, they I think they hesitate for a moment, and then because obviously now we're starting to get serious and they get really scared, but they do come there, but don't say anything. I think this is actually the quietest that the parents have ever seen Sky be, but they'll walk up to him, just sort of waiting for whatever is gonna happen.
I think he like kind of like reaches out and puts a hand on your shoulder. It's firm, but it's not like angry. It's more like trying to be like, maybe reaffirming is not the right word, but like a strong but not like hard grasp, and just looks down at you. Okay, this is getting serious. I need you to tell me everything that happened so that I can tell them. Okay. All right, we're gonna find her.
In the background of this, you hear Mom step outside and start sort of shouting to the neighborhood, "Ellie Bell!"
Yeah. I think Sky goes like, we were at the playground, and we were playing tic-tac-toe, and and then she wanted to play something else, and so she suggested hide and seek, and she just told me to count to 50, and I cheated a little bit maybe, and then I started looking in all her regular places, but she wasn't there, and then I've looked for like an hour. I swear, I really looked.
Okay, an hour. Okay, and how long did you actually count?
Like 40 seconds.
Okay, and it's like relaying this back to the cops, and I think outside, as the mom is yelling, like neighbors are coming. Like there are people like pulling in after work, and just also people that like are at home, housewives that are like hearing the yelling and come out. What's going on? What's going on? Everything all right? Like there's kind of like a gaggle of people pouring out on the street as they're like hearing it or getting out of their cars.
I think Mom is still in a little bit of denial here of like, you gotta stay calm. Things are gonna be okay. Right, a little bit of that mode, and so I think she downplays it quite a bit here. Our little ones have just been running around playing hide and seek, and one of them is still hidden. So if you just keep an eye out for little Ellie, and tell her dinner's ready. If you see her, make sure she gets home. Okay, she'll turn up here. I'm sure.
Right. Sure. Okay. Yeah, and people just kind of file back in. Some of them, one of the women, I think, is like, I'll go ask little Jimmy. Maybe he saw her. I'll go ask Jimmy. Maybe Jimmy's got hiding spots, so probably shared with her. Let me go ask. like also treating this like very calmly, like believing what the mom is saying here, and like goes back inside.
Yeah, I think this is also a good moment to introduce the parents of Jennifer.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I think mom goes over and knocks on their door, knowing that usually when you have neighborhood friends, if one sibling is a friend, so is the other, right? They sort of run in packs whether they want to or not.
Yeah.
So you get this I think it's brief, indistinct, but she goes over and knocks on their door just to see if maybe Ellie has hidden in their backyard or is playing with Jennifer. Ellie can be kind of distractible at times, so maybe she was hiding and then she ran into Jennifer and now they're playing.
Yeah. I think Sky is still like inside with their stepdad, kind of just unsure what to do. As a child, like, I mean, they're like early teens, like maybe like 13, 14, I think at this point, but that's still a child, right? And like, there's no, what do you, even as adults, you don't know what to do in this situation, especially when you're that age, you're like not sure. So it is sending, they're just crying and like trying to furiously wipe away tears as they're kind of wait for instructions, because I feel like also they're worried that if they go out and do something, they might get in further trouble. Yeah.
I think as that's kind of happening, your stepdad's still on the phone and is like walking around as far as the cord, but like kind of comes over to you and like just grabs you around the shoulder and pulls you in to like a hug. He's got his moments, but he does care about you, your sister, your mom. And he's just kind of holding you there for a second and like rubbing your back, trying to be soothing and whatnot.
Yeah.
Get over here. Like, I need you to do this quicker, okay? She's probably just lost, but we need help, all right?
Yeah.
Yes, I have pictures, I have clothing, just get over here.
Yeah, so I think the moment he pulls them in, they just, I think a moment where they briefly break a little bit more, because they've like furiously been trying to wipe away, and then actually, after, I think like maybe 20 seconds or something, they try and gather themselves again, and go maybe in that sort of more protective mode, where they pull away and just go like, I can go looking.
He kind of looks down at you. Hold on a second. He told me. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. Sorry. I said go ahead, and then I started talking. So let me just get this out because apparently it's going to come out. So I think we are nearing the point where we roll on how this resolves, because I think part of letting go is absolving of some guilt here, right? And things like that. So I think what we as the like outside observers see becomes very, very important coming to the end of this. So I don't know if it's right now or if we want to build to that point, but I think we're very close to a point of wanting to roll to see how this sort of resolves. So if we want that now, we can do that now. If we want to do a couple quick things and then resolve, that's fine. But I wanted to sort of put that up for decisions here.
I feel like considering it's evening, it's going to be like a long evening / night of people looking and like a growing kind of search party. So I feel like now might work because it's going to be a whole evening of this kind of. And I think I feel like Sky would have offered to help a lot, but I'm assuming maybe parents were like, it's dark, like please, they've already lost one child, let's keep the other one inside. And I think Sky feels maybe very helpless in that moment, because they feel like it's their fault and they're now not being able to help. And I think that's a good point where maybe while they're alone, for that guilt to start like festering and like growing maybe.
Okay, so go ahead and roll me a d4 then.
Right.
So
that's a 2.
Okay, a 2 is a partial failure. Your action fails, but nothing gets worse. When you roll a partial failure, roll a single d4 afterwards. If you roll odds, then add failure progress. If evens are rolled, no progress is made, but one spite token is added.
That's a 3. That's an odd one.
That's a 3. So that is odd. I believe that's spite token. Or no. That is add failure progress, which I'm still slightly blurry on what failure progress versus success progress means, but I think that means that you don't successfully cut this tether.
Yeah, I think it's something that they'll always carry with them, that feeling. Even if they've have been talking to people, and people sort of like tell them, it's not your fault. Like this is just something that happened. There will always be a small part of Sky that still feels somewhat responsible and guilty about it. I think that's maybe what it is.
Yeah. Okay. So. And we can choose to let that be the resolution for this scene, or actually resolve this scene. I know we've gone on a bit long, so I might lean on letting that be the resolution, unless we've got a clear present. Like I still want to see this little bit of this.
No, I think that's fine. I think even we might be. Is it an interesting thing to now go to VJ's character and kind of go back and forth? So we have. Or is that too confusing if we go
I think it's interesting to let this play out. I think there's enough details. It's really hard to bounce back and forth at this moment.
That's true.
So my running idea is we play this character out, take a quick break, and then hop into VJ's character.
Sounds good.
That works for me.
So cool.
Yep.
Awesome. What's interesting is with failures, I think things become present in your manifestation in a way that is hard to ignore, right? We've talked about sound being very, very important. So I think as we count down to this decision, as we go through these moments, I think in the background you actually hear Ellie counting for hide and seek behind the background of every time we're in the manifestation.
And I think also on Sky's physical manifestation, the mud tear stains start showing.
Ooh, that's good.
Or like physical, like spirit manifestation, yeah.
Absolutely. So as we progress through this, we have sort of 2 options here, I think. Well, technically 3, but I think 2 really compelling options. I'll start with what I think is the least compelling. The least compelling option is sort of we piecemeal whatever, like we sort of just pick and choose what one we want. I think one of the more compelling ones, we can progress through these as they were drawn, which is kind of interesting, or we can do them chronologically, because we've sort of assigned eras and times to these.
Yeah.
Right.
So that would mean that the next one would be childhood friend, and after that, friends who betrayed trust, and last one would be the mentor teacher.
Yes.
Yep.
Do you all have a preference?
I think that's good. Chronological.
Okay.
I think that works.
Okay. Yeah, I think in the I think it's a little bit more than weeks. I think it's maybe 2 months after Ellie has disappeared, and your house has become quiet in a way that is hard to pin on. Like, it's not just that there aren't people around, it's that when the people are around, they're not talking even. And Ellie was a part of the noise floor of the house, but it's more than just her effect on the house. There is a heaviness to home, and I think in this time, I think that Sky has taken to spending a lot of time with Jennifer.
Yeah, I think so too. I think, because like I said, that Jennifer and Ellie were kind of the only people that they had, like the only kind of friends that they had. So, and I think also to get away from that, like silence in the house, it would be over at Jennifer's a lot.
Yes. it is one of the few places that Ellie kids don't know they're processing grief when they're processing grief, but Ellie, I think, recognizes that there is less expectation and there is a little bit more ability to be herself and to feel somewhat normal over at Jennifer's. And I think that comes through on some of this. So, who would like to sort of set this scene?
You know what? I'll set it. I'll set the scene.
Go ahead.
I don't know why, but my brain, when I think about Jennifer, is very much thinking like tomboy a little bit. So I think y'all are in her room. There are y'all are in her room. There are a lot of sports posters. There's probably asynchronous, but there's rugby posters in here because I think rugby is the best sport that ever existed. There's rugby posters in here for the men's and women's team. There's a lot of different like athletic equipment. Like Jennifer is in pretty much every sport, like karate, soccer, track, basketball, volleyball. Does so much. Cross country is in everything. Hell, tried field hockey and has the like little fucking the sticks for it and stuff. Lacrosse, just has
lacrosse.
It just has so many things and is like kind of I think it's summertime when all this like it's still summertime this is happening, and it's like okay, you're over here, and it's like just letting you hang and be in the room, and is like doing stuff as well, so you don't feel any pressure to like do anything, but is ready to like do whatever when you want to do it, but is going through. It's like, okay, so I need my cross country uniform, I need basketball, and I need my rugby uniform. Yeah, my shoes. I need to get those. So where are they? It's like, where are the cleats? Here's one of them.
I feel like Sky is always sort of I feel like Jennifer loses things a lot, and Sky always sort of sees the item and then waits to count, see how long it takes her to find it.
I think the second cleat, like had pulled the second cleat out already and set it down. It's like, okay, I'm gonna remember where this was. And in looking for the other cleat, it's the first one's in between her legs. Like she's like on her knees looking through stuff.
Yeah.
Where's the other cleat? Where?
Yeah. You see sort of Sky like just watching, like arms crossed, like amused, and I think Jennifer knows the look on her face. It's very kind of almost mischievous, like just grins like knowingly that they see where it is.
Kind of turns and looks at you. And like recognizes the look on your face and just kind of like stands up and looks around and sees it. Oh,
look down. You would lose your head if it wasn't attached to your body.
Probably. I could use it like a bowling ball though. Then I might start bowling. There's a junior bowling league.
How do you ever have time for like homework and stuff?
Great question. I'll probably just get in somewhere on a sports scholarship, honestly. Who needs good grades?
I guess. Is that what you want then? You want what? Be a professional athlete?
Or a coach? Or maybe a trainer that helps like when like the athletes get hurt or something. I can go to, we could do something. And my grades aren't that bad. It's, C's.
That's about what I have, I guess. But I mean, that's cool. Cool. I don't know what I want yet, but figure it out. Maybe art, but don't think my parents would approve.
You're really good at it, and there are like long-term careers. You could teach art. You could. I bet you could be. I actually don't know how much the police sketch people get paid, but maybe that. I think they're considered. I don't know. I don't know. You could just be a famous artist in general, and people buy your stuff, and it's in art galleries and whatnot. Maybe you'll make something that goes in like whatever that place is called in Paris. You know, the one you talk about sometimes.
Louvre.
Yeah.
I don't know how to pronounce that.
Yeah, maybe there you could be famous, and I could say, "I know you."
And then you're a famous, like, I don't know, coach or athlete or something, and then I can design like the posters of like you like doing some kind of action move.
Yeah, just like and like picks up the rugby ball.
Yeah. Start posing. Yeah, exactly like that.
Yeah. I think this is about the point that, sort of, Jennifer's two parents come in, and I think you have Jennifer's dad is, I think, a slightly plump, like nerd dad from the 90s, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Where he's always sort of fiddling with a small like project. There's little bits of computers, and that's a little bit of where Jennifer gets their like absent-minded and like almost ADHD style tendencies of like, I'm gonna do 1,000 things and never like exactly keep track of them, but like I'm pretty good at all of them, you know, type thing. And then her mom, who is somebody who I hadn't quite put together yet. So if you guys have a pitch for Jennifer's mom, I actually with the sports idea, I feel like Jennifer's mom is like Amazon build, right? Like,
yeah,
strong, like athletic lady.
Honestly,
yeah. No, I was thinking it's pretty fun pairing to have those two together.
I'm also kind of picturing that like the mom like might like be a coach or an assistant coach to some of the stuff that Jennifer does. Yeah, so like the rugby, it's like is like one of the coaches for that because played it in college.
She is a former rugby Olympian.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Yes.
I like that. That's cool. Yeah.
As soon as you said it, I was like, oh God, it's gotta be.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's amazing. I love that so much. And you can see they're both smiling, and there is a moment where they're like, Jennifer, can we talk to you in the other room for a minute? And I think we'll
I can go home.
No.
You're okay.
You were gonna stay for dinner, right? Yeah. You said it was okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
It's okay.
Okay.
Stay for dinner.
Yeah, I'll wait.
And there is a look between the parents. We just need just to touch. There's a thing we got to talk to you about real quick. And there's sort of I think there is another room that they pull Jennifer into, and we can hear it in the manifestation. I don't know that this is something that Sky heard originally, but this is something. Looking back,
I think they would have tried. Maybe they would have tried like put like an ear to the door, kind of. Because I feel like. Yeah, I feel like they worry that it's about them or about like Ellie. Maybe maybe they've heard something about Ellie and that they don't want to. Like, I feel like they in this moment they've got almost this kind of like insecurity where they feel like everyone in the neighborhood hates them or at least like has some kind of negative opinion about them because they were the ones in their eyes responsible for this. So they almost kind of nervously start eavesdropping because they're worried that these parents have like something to say about them or about Ellie.
Yeah. Okay. So we have some. So this is all coming through muffled to Sky, but we're just gonna do this normally instead of trying to like whisper it or do something there. But you see, and Jennifer's dad is sort of almost like wiggling with excitement. There's a little bit of like, there's toe tap. There's like he doesn't sit still well to start with, and you can see the energy is tough to contain. And he goes, so we have some really good news. Earlier this year, we you talked about wanting to maybe get a little more serious about some of the sports you're playing, right?
Oh wait, that's me.
Yeah,
that's me. I forgot. I was like, I forgot that was me. Yeah.
So we submitted your name to a rugby academy, and you've been accepted.
Really?
Yes. It's and you can see there is joy in their face. There is also the shadow of something else. As they your dad is sort of celebrating with you, and your mom goes, but here's the next steps. It is a full-time academy.
Okay.
And we are going to have to find another house. And don't worry. In between, we're not going to be homeless or anything. We're going to go live up with your grandparents for a little bit.
Wait.
Before we find a place.
That's really far. It's really far from here.
It is. Yeah.
Wait, why? Well, what if? Why can't? Well, I can't leap. And like kind of looks back towards where Sky, like the room where Sky is actually. Wait, that's a lot farther than.
I know this is your mom sort of jumps in here. I know this is hard, but we talked about this. This is the best thing for us as a family. And your dad just speaks up and almost as if he can't keep this inside. With a little quick, and of course it's safer too. And there is a quick dagger look. But
what if I don't want to go? What if I don't want to now? What if I just want to stay here?
Remember when we had this conversation, and we said you had to sort of pick a lane of, we had to commit to something, right?
Yeah, but that was before. Okay, it's different now. I can't. And it's like kind of like you can see the tears welling up in the eyes right now, and it's just trying to like keep that under control. We can't.
And Dad is gonna hug, and Mom is gonna sort of continue on. This is gonna be hard on all of us. I have to leave behind my friends. We are all making sacrifices for you.
Well, I'm not to anymore.
Honey, We've already sold the house.
Oh, that's bad.
And I think forcefully pulls out of the dad's hug. How could you do that? How could you not even talk to me? I hate you. You can't make me leave. I'll go live with Sky. You can move. I'm not.
I think there's a sort of small talk of like it's supposed to be helpful, but it's not. There's small talk of like, I know this sucks, but this is better for you, and you'll thank us one day.
I'm never gonna thank you for this. I'm always gonna hate you for this, for as long as I live.
At what point does Jennifer storm out of the room? This is the question.
I think as right after saying that, like looks down and actually starts crying, and then kind of turns on her heels and storms out. Partially because of the anger, and partially doesn't actually like to cry a lot. And like storms back into her room, like shuts the door and just takes the rugby ball and just throws it at the wall.
Yeah, I think Sky would have moved away from the door the moment they heard footsteps, and like would sit on the bed, and like obviously you see you come in and throw that, and they're like, what? Are you crying? What happened? What were they? Are you okay? And we'll like reach out, like put a hand on your arm. What's wrong?
They sold the house. We're moving.
See, I think Sky kind of like eyes wide and looked like shocked. And why? Where are you moving?
I got into a stupid rugby academy near my grandparents.
Well, that's what you wanted.
It's too far. I can't go. I don't want to leave you.
I think Sky has this moment where they know that this is something that is important to Jennifer, but also obviously doesn't want her to leave either. And they're kind of torn between like, am I like supportive, or do I like encourage her to go live her dreams, or do I, I guess be a little bit selfish and sort of, join her in that, like, oh, I don't want you to go either.
I think that's
and trying to hurt her upset.
I think that's the perfect moment for a role. And the role, I feel like, ties into whether you encourage or discourage.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, I'll go. Okay.
Well, as soon as you said that, I was like, oh, that feels like a role result right there.
Well, that's a 1.
That is an absolute failure.
Yeah.
Oh, that is a failed progress and a spite.
I think maybe how that manifests is that I think Sky's emotions get the better of them as Jennifer is sort of threatening to leave, and I think instead of doing either of those options, I think Sky's eyes start watering, and they storm out the room and go home. Like just total upset.
Here's the question: do they go home, or do they disappear somewhere? Not like disappear forever, but like home is not the most welcoming place at the moment. Is there a place that you feel more connected to? Maybe Ellie.
I think actually what happened is they go on their way home because their first instinct still is like, I gotta talk to Ellie about this, and then get close to house, realize Ellie's not there, and then kind of like in their like emotions walk off and go to the playground, but I think they got to the playground, and I think a lot of stuff starts hitting them at once. They go to the playground and then see kids there, and then realize like, no, this is too much as well, because this is where she's disappeared, and then start walking off in a random direction. And I think they just start wandering the streets for a while. just walking around neighborhood, just crying, but trying, obviously, because they're in public, they're trying to sort of hide it. And I think at that moment they feel like there is no place they can go at the moment. Yeah.
Oh. And I think that's where we fade away back. Oh, God. We fade away out of this memory back to the place that Sky avoided. We are now back in the park.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow. I did not realize that until it was starting to come out of my mouth that...
That's why I picked the playground.
and I think... I'm trying to think of it. We've had failures sort of manifest as sound reminders. I think
it's like the muffled through the door conversation.
Yeah, I could easily. Yeah, the muffled moving away conversation, I think, stays in the background as well now as you hear Ellie counting down as well. Wow.
Yeah.
All right. A friend who betrayed your trust.
Yeah, I think also I also want to say, adding to the physical manifestation, that Sky is now wearing the shoes that Jennifer was looking for.
Ooh, that's kind of cool. Yeah. Okay. I like that sort of spite tokens are manifesting as well as visual. Or like sensory, like you can feel the cleats on your feet. Right, and we'll say spite tokens are sensory.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Right.
Okay. That's interesting. Okay. So, a friend who betrayed your trust. We've sort of established that this is a teenage friend who stole first real crush.
Yep.
So let's start with some basic questions on this. Is this a sort of heteronormative crush? Is this what are we talking about with crush person here?
I think this would be around the era that maybe Sky, because I picture none of my characters are ever straight, so Sky is like at the very least bisexual.
Okay, cool.
But I think this is maybe in a time where they hadn't entirely figured it out yet, or like where at least like they've been mostly interested in boys. This also probably would have been maybe before they figured out kind of their gender identity and stuff like that. So I would want to say this is maybe like 17, 18.
Okay.
So they are, this crush would be a boy. But I think, for the sake of fun, I think the boy is also bisexual and the friend is a guy.
Okay.
Yeah.
VJ, I saw you get excited. What do you got?
I love this situation. Honestly, what I have, I'm gonna be so real here, because just a little background. People have been like talking about how like sometimes hard for people to picture like black masculine men as queer, and so I'm just kind of sitting over here like here is JJ. Listen. Yeah. He's not what people stereotype queer men to look like, especially queer black men. Is very much. I kind of wonder. Part of my brain is like, I think he's very athletic and into a lot of sports as well, and maybe he kind of like, because of that, like I think he has similar like energy and like personality traits to Jennifer. So maybe that helped y'all click really well. And so we have JJ over here, who's also into like some more niche sports, like. At least in the United States, rugby, lacrosse, that kind of thing, is,
Okay. Help me out here real quick, just to make sure that I keep this straight. JJ is crush or friend?
Friend.
Okay. Cool. I just wanted to make sure that I had that sort of right. It felt like friend we were building.
Yeah.
But
the treacherous friend of JJ.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do we have I have some thoughts already. Just sort of playing on sort of teenage stereotypes. We sort of have the two sporty types. So to complement that, I think somebody outside of that sort of social clique would be good, whether it be more theater or more like class president style. I think those two are pretty.
I feel like maybe like theater-ish, but like kind of like someone super charismatic, or like the kind of like I don't want to say like class clown, but more just kind of like the person that always like makes the funny jokes, and, like is really like likable.
And I don't want to lean into the stereotype too much because I know there's some harmful aspect to it. However, as someone who lived a version of this in high school, I would love to see it represented in a way. So I'm kind of naming it so that we sort of understand the context behind it. But as somebody who as teenagers, as you're learning yourself and is charismatic, I think they are a very flirtatious person. I think there's somebody who is flirting all the time. And I just wanted to kind of state, I don't think that's because they're bisexual. I think that is charisma and the inability to distinguish flirtation from like fun conversation. And because I know I lived that as a teenager.
No, that makes sense. I can see that definitely.
So, but yeah, and then I'm gonna just call this character Ed, unless we've got a better name here. I
think honestly that works, I guess.
Right. Okay. Cool. It just I'm not gonna lie to you. I have a thing of edamame right here.
Fair. Okay. Well, we'll keep that.
I looked and I saw Ed, which is what I feel like everyone does sometimes when you're like, I need a name. What is on?
Maybe his name is like Eddie, and he at one point decided that wasn't cool enough, so he just goes by Ed.
Yeah. Right. It was one of those. As it got cooler, it was Edward turned to Eddie, turned to Ed. And in really cool scenarios, he prefers to go by E.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that.
So, and yeah, I think E is a little bit of like somebody who is also involved in many, many things, and constantly moving around, right? Like there is a crew usually of teenagers who are around school after hours. That is sort of a perfect scenario of like, we're doing different things, but we keep seeing each other in the hallways scenarios. So I think that could be really, really fruitful for some interesting scenes here. But with you two being the main players here, I'll be curious as to, do we want to set this as after school pre-practice, during school, post-practice, a weekend where they came in to root for a different sport that neither of them are actually playing on, which is probably very minimal,
I'm picturing maybe if we're maybe also for a little bit for brevity's sake, where maybe it's like after school hours, but they're sitting in like one of the empty classrooms, or some kind of thing, some project or whatever, and this guys at the moment is not a part of, but the two of them will be together, and maybe this guy just storms in like, what the fuck, or maybe like just have the news some other people.
I was about to suggest that the scene be Sky eating them or coming to confront them about it.
Maybe they them like kissing or something, and it's like what the fuck, and
I love this.
I just like see this, and then like just gets angry and storms, and maybe like Jay will go after. Then obviously like being like, oh shit, yeah, I can see that. Okay.
Can I set the scene?
Go ahead. Yeah.
I think happens. So like I said, like all three of us do find ourselves after school, and there's typically like a kind of a standard place I think we're at, but you looking for JJ for whatever reason, kind of asking her, like, have you seen JJ? Yeah, I went down blah 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 with Ed, which is not like a shock because here's JJ, who you told JJ you like Ed, and he put upon himself to go like become better friends with Ed, and like has been like feeding you information like like became better friends with Ed. And so he's like, oh, okay, cool, no big deal. And so you go, you know that they're in like, football coach's classroom, the history classroom. Like the coach convinced JJ finally just to join the football team. Like was really like needed a or whatever the fuck. I don't know football very well. And you just kind of walk in, like you open the door, walking in, and you just see JJ sitting on a table, Ed in between his legs, just like the two of them kissing, like right as you walk in and like kind of pull apart.
Yeah.
Sky.
I think Sky sort of like walks into the fridge. He's like, "What the fuck?" And look at the two of them, and then look at you like, you're unbelievable, and starts storming out.
And like is trying to like untangle for a second, and like it's trying to crawl, and you hear like a desk crash, and then like somebody scramble up. Like wait, Sky.
I just keeps going. No, fuck off.
No, and like kind of runs and like grabs you and like pulls you into another classroom and closes the door. Please, just let me explain, okay? Please.
Yeah, I feel like Jay's much stronger than them anyway, so like even if they wanted to pull away, like they could then just stop and like turn and look at him like anyway. Start talking then.
Okay, and like takes a step back, so isn't grabbing. So if you want to walk off, you can. Look. You know how I started? I became better friends so that I tell you more about him and make it easier for the two of you. That is why. But then we started hanging out more, and it wasn't on purpose.
It wasn't. Oh yeah, I'm sure you didn't kiss him on purpose. You knew.
No,
did you even actually become friends with him just to scout?
I did. I did it for you.
You wanted an excuse to get. Did you?
No, I did it for you.
Did you kiss him for me too? It's to like see what he tasted like or something.
Look, this started so that for you, and then he was just really amazing and really sweet, and
you decided to say, "Fuck Sky, I'll just, you know what? I trusted you."
I'm sorry. I was gonna tell you. I just didn't know how.
Oh wait, so this is not the first time?
No.
How long has this been happening? Be honest. You can see like Sky is like seething with rage.
No, it is the first kiss. It's just knowing there was something there.
Happy for you, and they'll storm off.
Sky.
Just flip backwards, just flip him off.
And I think as you're storming off and he shouts Sky, Ed comes out and it's just like further down, just watching this whole thing.
Yeah, I think there is a weird sort of uncomfortable fidget. Like they have probably a long like cardigan on with like leather patches on the sleeves. I think there's a little bit of a nervous fidget as they pick at those elbow patches. Yes. What she actually wants to do, she wants me to lean back, for the record, and blow air on her because she likes that to play. She's like, Dad, can we play? Can we play? Anyway, sorry. But yeah. I think Ed does sort of a nervous picking. We can play this further, or we can roll a resolution here to see how this sort of concludes.
I don't know
on how you all feel on that.
Personally, I feel like this would have been the end of the friendship. That's how I think with how like Sky has been in the past with like friends and stuff, I feel like it's very much they've become more closed off, kind of, where they've already find it difficult to trust people because maybe even like in a slight like abandonment issues kind of area where creating new social relationships been difficult for them. So to now have a friend who like broke their trust that much, I think they maybe that's for them like the reason where they're like, okay, I'm you know, I'm done with this. Maybe I'm better off alone. Kind of like edgy kind of vibes, but like that's maybe where that unless maybe Jay has been trying to like, you know, like make amends, or maybe I'm assuming he might have, but yeah, Sky would be like, no, go.
No, I'm assuming he would too. Like he does, in my mind, he does feel really bad about this. Like it wasn't on purpose, but like I agree with like the go and like that's just the end of the friendship, and there's not actually a lot more to pick up from there.
So here's the question, because I was going to have the friendship in my mind, whether or not the friendship survived, because I do think there is narrative value to the friendship surviving. Because
I think maybe it's more of a less of it's a friendship survivor, not, but more of like, is Sky been able to forgive, or not forgive, but like let this put this to rest and be like, okay, we're going our separate ways, you know, without the anger, or if there's a grudge maybe that they've
I could see
like
that.
How mature could they after, like how did they manage to, did they get over it, like did they manage to be mature enough to be like, okay, this is, you know what, I'm gonna leave this. I don't think we can be friends anymore because you broke my trust, but you know, best to you. Or is it like, I hate you forever kind of vibe?
Yes. Because I think it's right. This is about the start of the time in life. Well, for some people, not everybody. It's different for everybody, but this is about the generalized start of time in life where you start getting a little bit more awareness of those things. And so the past couple of, every time there's been an issue, it's been a harsh cutoff, right? There's been a negative that comes out of that. And so I'll be curious to see if this is a sort of emotional step forward for Sky.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to roll for it, so I'll do that. Oh, that's a 2.
Jesus Christ!
Yeah, this is not good.
No.
So that is once again a partial failure. Go ahead and roll another D4. Right? Yes.
That's a 4.
Okay. So if evens are rolled, add no progress is made, but 1 spite token is added.
I guess it's spite.
So.
Yeah.
Here's
good reason for spite.
We have specifically labeled spite as something that you feel like that is more of a touch sensory, right? The cleats on the feet. I think that as we come back to the park, I think we see that Sky is wearing that cardigan.
I was gonna say the exact same thing. Yes. Same idea. Yeah. Absolutely.
And I will add one more note that I didn't mention earlier. The cardigan is monogrammed. The cardigan is like, it has a little like Ed. Stitched into it.
Yeah. Okay, I like that.
Whether and I would like to add, I think Ed himself did it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I can see that. Wow.
So.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
We are on the sort of final scene here of mentor teacher who passed on impactful knowledge. So we said it was a colleague for a part-time job.
I actually want to say, add to that, I think it's the job that they are working currently. I feel that they've worked at the same, like, maybe like fast food or like a restaurant kind of place for a while. And I want to say that this is also the roommate that they moved in at some point together. They were like both like, oh, we want to get away from our parents. We're both working in the same place. Let's go find a place together. But this would have been probably like a couple years prior. So maybe when they've been working together for a while, and then I feel like it's this kind of relationship where you have a colleague and you kind of like, you talk to them like about like surface level things when you're just working, and maybe they had a little like work outing, like party, or like some colleagues got together and organized a party at someone's house, got a little like drunk, and like deeper conversation happens, and that's where Sky realized like, oh, this person, like they get me. Maybe not the heavy things might not have come up immediately, but it was kind of like the start of like, oh, this person I can really vibe with, and from there, yeah, they might have had a moment where they were together and they were just sharing like really, like when you sometimes get together and like you start really lighthearted talking about hobbies, and like 2 hours in you're talking about like your trauma and such like that. Those kind of conversations, I think that's what would have happened. Yeah.
Yeah. So, VJ, if you're okay, you seemed really excited about something.
I have an idea.
Okay.
I have an idea.
Go.
I think since we're talking about the trauma bits, one, I think this person's queer. Two, I think they also, first off. Two, I think they have like, because, correct me if I'm wrong, does Sky feel like, does Sky think their sister is alive? Like any chance, any hope of that? Is there like a feeling of like, she's probably dead and I got her killed kind of situation, even though you aren't actually...
I think I feel like it's one of those things that you hear sometimes with people when when someone goes missing, especially like if it's child, that they, if like an X amount of time passed, they will hold kind of a funeral, or like because I think that I remember that people encourage them to like have like a closing, something like that. So I feel like I feel like Sky has gotten used to the idea that she's probably dead, because so much time has passed. Like this was I disappeared when she was maybe like or when Sky was maybe like 13, 14, and now we're talking like this scene would be like, I don't know, 23, like 24, like a decade later. So I think they would have, while they would actually like for her to be alive, I feel like everyone sort of advised sort of close off, or like and yeah, I think they have a strong feeling that she might be dead.
Okay. I think this mentor who's the older than you, like talking about trauma and shares that like he actively got one of his he got one of his siblings killed.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like I think like there like maybe a part of that kinship is there, even though like his situation is different than yours, but the older sibling responsible for the younger one is responsible for their death.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
You want to add something, Tony?
I am brimming with ideas right now.
Okay, we'll go.
Go ahead, take it away. That was my contribution.
Perfect. Okay, cool. So I think first off with this, we are at a party, and it is. The movies always show house parties like packed to the nines, and I rarely, in my experience, are house parties like that. Some are, right? But most of them are like, you got like 7 friends, 8 friends. You know, there's like 3 people on the couch, 3 people in the kitchen, like 1 or 2 people out on the balcony, you know, hanging out or whatever, right? Like it's more of we're all hanging out in smaller groups. And so I think this is sort of the vibe of the party, which does give us a little bit of a quieter backdrop to work with for this sort of conversation. And I think to sort of mirror where we started, I think it would be interesting if this mentor is also the person who got them into smoking in the first place. They were like,
I like that.
Oh, I gotta step out for a cig, and then they offered, and in the inebriated state, there was an acceptance there. And because I kind of think that would that's an interesting sort of bookmark to do there. I'm trying to think of a name for this person. You got a name?
Dakota?
Dakota? Sounds good to me.
Yeah. Like it. Yeah.
I like Dakota.
I think maybe also this is a person that I originally said that the lighter might have been from someone that no longer is in their life, but since I said that since I changed some things and there's also a roommate, I feel like this is the lighter that was given that Dakota gave to them.
I like that. I like that a lot. And actually, that's how the scene starts. Is it is, I think, a fall type of the year where it's cold enough that you can see breath, but not so cold that you are bundled in layers and layers and layers.
Yeah, absolutely.
And so you can see little puffs of breath, and the sort of shading on the scene is sort of blue and dark as they light up. And
I imagine they're like on like a porch or something. They were like a back porch somewhere maybe, but sitting there.
Absolutely. Looking out on like I'm imagining just a sort of very normal like apartment complex. So there's maybe like a grassy area and some benches and a small like water
that
feature
worked,
of some sort.
There's like the picnic benches and they're sat on the table with like their feet on the bench.
I could see that. Yeah.
I can see that.
And there's sort of do we want to start just middle of this sort of like this sort of sibling conversation, or do we want to work our way into it?
I feel like I want to say that it's Ellie's birthday. And I think that it's I'm not sure. I feel like maybe this is. I'm wondering if this is still like because at this point they're not living together yet. If this is still kind of like if they're still like kind of their hometown, and maybe like the disappearance of Ellie is like something that locals know. But maybe
I think it's more interesting if this is something that is freely given as information as opposed to just a baseline.
Okay. Right.
I think that speaks a little bit more to the relationship. So I think it's after it's mentioned that it's the birthday, and we've talked over a little bit of like Ellie has disappeared, and I think part of the reason why the cigarette happens is it is pitched as light a candle.
Yeah, right? I feel like it's one of those moments what sort of I feel like what started the conversation is that maybe like they sat there and that just kind of I think Skyward's just gone just randomly without any context. We've just been something like she would have turned 20 today. And then maybe the friend being like not entirely sure yet who Sky was talking about, and then sort of that coming and then like you said, the offering of the like candle kind of
this is kind of a ritual I always like to do every year. It's I think it's light one for a candle.
My mom goes to church, and they've got these candles that they always charge you like $1 or something, and then you light them for wherever you're lost. But
they've got those like cheap ass little like paper cups on them to keep the wax from burning you and lighting the church on fire.
Yeah, but I don't know. Not a religious person, and I know that Mom was trying to, I guess, get us to go to church, but I know that Ellie wasn't really interested either, so I don't think that would. I don't know.
Yeah.
But and I think that's when they'll take the cigarette and be like, "What do I just inhale?"
Yeah.
Oh wait, I've lost my audio for some. As in, something made a noise and now I can't hear.
Oh, you've lost your audio entirely?
Give me 1 second.
Okay.
Great.
Well, hi, VJ. Okay, we might then, depending on how quickly that audio comes back, this might be a quick time to take a break instead of sort of between.
Give me a moment while I try and figure out why this is connected.
Because we have an audio hiccup here for our primary character.
Oh no.
So, how about this?
We can go break here real quick while I try and find out how my headphones just died, because they're on, but I cannot hear anything. So maybe that's like a good place.
Yeah, we'll be right back, y'all. Editor Tony here from the future. So in this portion of the show, we actually lost my mic after finally recovering Riley's mic. And so what we're going to do is I am going to re-record most of the lines and what I can remember of what was said during these portions so that we can keep Riley's amazing performance here because I really don't want you to miss out on the cool stuff that they did. So stick with us here. It lasts a few minutes, and we'll get you through it. So this scene, just as a quick reminder, is Sky and their coworker Dakota, who have migrated outside after a party. And it's shortly after Sky has mentioned that it is Sky's sister's birthday. And they're sort of grappling with the heavy aspect of how to or what to do and the grief that hits them on the waves of that day. So Dakota pulls out a box of cigarettes, which was the reason that they were coming out. It was for a smoke and just to get out of the party and the noise. And is going to offer Sky one, saying, I don't know what sort of things you do, and I know you said your family did church, and parts of my family did too, but I find that one of the things that I like to do is light one of these and pretend that it's a candle. And they're seated in the back of the apartment complex, sort of on a picnic table with like a water feature in it, and some ducks or geese or waterfowl of some sort of in the cold water, as it were. And they're sort of seated, butts on the top of the picnic table and feet where your butts normally would be.
Yeah, the best way to sit on a picnic table.
Everyone has their own sort of methods and madnesses that they take on to remember the dead. It's kind of stupid and sweet all at once. And sometimes it's about walking your way through the chaos and the muddiness to find what your thing will be.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Not really made a habit yet, so open to suggestions.
The worst part about not having habits is that people try to make them up for you and try to say these sorts of dumb things that don't make any sense when you've been through what we've been through. You know?
Yeah, I fucking hate it.
I don't know if you're in a place where you can talk yet about her, but can you tell me about your sister?
Little impulsive. Always thought she could do more than she wanted, but then when she failed, she accepted it so easily. Like, I don't know. Like she would try something and then fail and just be like, oh well, I guess I gotta get better at it or something. And I was, I guess, always a little bit jealous because whenever I failed, I got really fucking frustrated. And she's just, I don't know, happy, as far as I know. I feel like when she disappeared, the lights in the house always got a little bit dimmer for some reason. Yeah.
Was it like there was an emptiness without her?
No, more like she gave it color. I feel. Anyway, I don't know. I don't like thinking too long about it, I guess. All the bad shit comes back, and I know I was supposed to like process it and deal with it, but I feel like it only ever makes me more depressed. But I guess, yeah.
You don't have to do shit you don't want to do. No one's gonna make you talk out here, especially not in this cold. But if you're thinking about good ways to maybe remember or keep their name alive in spirit, you may think about the things that they love, right? The stupid, almost infuriating things that they do, right? My brother Leonard,
Right.
they had this dumb waste of money habit of collecting trading cards, and they pat a pocket on their shirt, and so I now always keep an unopened pack just for Leonard.
Yeah, Ellie like collecting stuff like that. Yeah.
When I'm really missing him, when the guilt really gets to me, that's when I open up a pack.
Yeah, I think at the moment Sky is in there kind of like, I feel like they're not like fully drunk, but definitely like there's alcohol in their system. I feel like they've sort of like been almost a bit numb-ish when talking about this, but I think seeing that they feel their eyes water for a moment, and but quickly manage to sort of blink it away. And like, I'll see if I can find something similar to. I mean, she collected all kinds of things. Like, we took her to the beach once. You know, like what beachcombers are. Like people will just pick shit up from the beach. She came back like her pockets, like jacket, like trousers, everything she'd filled with just random seashells. I think she found like some kind of broken toy. She tried picking up a dead jellyfish. Like her room was just trinkets everywhere. Yeah. So I'll maybe if I see something on the ground or something, I'll pick up for her.
You know, they say that someone isn't really dead until the last person who remembers them, who utters their name, stops.
How does that help with this? I don't get her back with that.
I mean, you can't get her back at this point. I mean, you have to live your life. You have to move forward with whatever guilt you may put on yourself. But I would put money on the fact that it's not your fault.
I don't know, I feel like, I mean, I know that my parents didn't, I guess, blame me as such, but not outwardly. They didn't literally tell me like, oh, we blame you, but I always, I don't know, maybe it's just protecting my own feelings, but I've always sort of felt it. I always felt like, I don't know, a certain awkwardness around it.
Which I just realized my mic has been muted the entire time. So that's been great.
No.
Because I forgot to unmute it. So that's fun. So for those of you who have only been hearing one side of this conversation, I apologize. But what we're going to do is we're going to touch base. We're going to speed run that conversation, even though it was a little bit difficult there. So what we're going to do is touch base on... Dakota keeps a packet of cards because their brother Leonard always did card collecting, so they always keep an unopened pack in memoriam. They hold themselves responsible every day for what happened to Leonard. They have not touched on what actually happened to Leonard. They have said that one of the most important things is learning that you cannot change the past, but you can change the future, and that each person has to find their own way through it, that they're not trying to, push their method on Sky. Was there anything else that I sort of missed? There was some back and forth there, but I'm trying to catch us up.
No, quickly. I think the last thing was, can I say some out-of-pocket shit?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, what you said.
So the last thing was, can I say some out-of-pocket shit? as in response to, I said Ellie instead of Sky, didn't I? So in response to Sky talking about what happened at the park. Can I?
Yeah, just go for it.
There's very rarely a time in which parents just let kids run all over the city with no one with them. And maybe they trusted you to do that. But you were, what, 10? 12? 13? At best?
13.
There are 13-year-olds in this world, most of them, in fact, that I wouldn't let watch my pets, much less my children. And I don't want to assign blame here. That's not my goal. But it is totally possible that you were put in a no-win position, which is a weird way of talking about it. I know, but it's the only way I can. That's the only way the words are coming out. All right, that you were put in a no-win position by people who cared about you, but didn't think through their actions either.
Yeah, I spend a lot of time being really angry. Like, I mean, we've done this so many times. The playground is really close to was really close to our house. But I don't know. I was angry that they put me in charge, I guess. Like, I know they never said that Ellie is my responsibility, but I'm the oldest, of course she is. That's just natural. You get given this child that just, I guess, looks up at you in every way, and like the only thing that you can think is just, this is my responsibility now. I gotta keep this one safe.
I think Dakota is in this moment. Usually this is something that like has a romantic connotation, and I want to establish that it does not here. Mm-hmm. But I think Dakota will reach over, maybe shoulder-wise instead of chin, but I think it forcibly is trying to get you to look up.
I think what he's been seeing that Sky has been like picking at their nails, so it might be that he sort of takes their hands instead to get them to stop picking and to focus attention elsewhere.
Okay, perfect. So yeah, grab those hands. Look at me. I need you to know that whatever your feelings are, they're normal. And it's okay to feel them. And I need you to take a deep breath with me right now. Okay, and you can close your eyes. And go deep down in that gut that you squash all those goddamn feelings down into. And reach sort of a metaphorical hand into that gut and just grab some of those.
Just starts laughing at that instead. I feel like they're way too kind of like down to earth, but also way too kind of like drunk for that. So I feel like it's like as it goes to talk, they just start laughing, and I think that's good because it pulls them out of this like of misery state, and they're just going like, I'm not gonna do that.
And it's okay to, and I think Dakota just keeps going, right? Not fully knowing, not fully understanding, and it's okay to grab that writhing handful of hot feeling and bring it to the surface
Yeah, I'm gonna throw it at your face if you keep going.
That's a laugh. That's that's the first time I've seen you laugh, actually.
Well, you're just being really, really shit at being a meditative guide, I guess. So just laughing at you, just so you know, not like. I think they sort of like come down for that and calm down and look at him and like, thanks. It's you're the first person that gets it, you know. So I'll take like I guess the cigarette they put down earlier that hasn't been lit yet and just hold it and be like, I'll give it a try. Try not to choke.
I think this is a pretty good moment for that resolution roll, right?
Yes. Okay.
I don't think the resolution will be can you smoke a cigarette. I don't think that's that's what we're going for here.
No. What would it be? I think maybe whether or not they manage to make that wisdom their own and take it on, like, or if it's something that sort of like was like, yeah, that's nice, but also didn't really stick. I think that might be.
Yeah, I think this is a longer term issue, or longer term.
Well, I rolled a 1.
You rolled a 1. Okay.
Clearly, the universe does not want Sky to be happy or ever like forgive themselves.
One failed progress and another spite token. Wow.
Yeah. So. That's great.
I think that makes our decision here at the end much easier.
Yeah.
It feels like this never gets internalized, right? Like.
Yeah. I feel like what the physical manifestation is maybe like every time. I mean, it's a spirit, but if they were to speak as a spirit, like smoke comes out of their mouth, like cigarette smoke.
Interesting. I was thinking the lighter shows up in their hand.
That could work too, or both.
Both. Why not? We're at the end here.
Yeah, why not both? Yeah, why not both? Yeah.
And in the background, I think we hear those ducks quacking.
I was thinking the same. Yeah, perfect.
Yes. So that is, I believe you have like 3 failures and 2 or 3 spite tokens, right?
Yeah, so 3. I think 2 of them were 1s, and the other 2 were 2s, I think. And then I had I think on the ones that required a second roll, I think I had an odd and an even. Right? Yeah.
Okay. So that brings you to 3 failures, 3 spite tokens, and no successes.
Yep.
Wow.
So. Okay. So I'm assuming that means that it's very unlikely for Sky to pass on, right? And if that's the case, I do have an idea for what would happen, but I'm not sure if I need to roll. Okay, well, I feel like if they do not manage, they will haunt the playground, as in like that's where their spirit is stuck. Not like an evil like a poltergeist thing, but like there is just they reside permanently at the playground. They cannot leave. And so if people were to go to the playground, sometimes they actually find, like, even if like there's no wind, like the swing will sometimes go like stuff like that.
The swing will go. I would like each of us to, and I know you've sort of already touched on yours, so I'm looking at VJ and myself. I would think it would be very interesting for each of us to add a little bit of how this manifestation at this playground is shown to people who are not Sky. So we have the even when there is no wind, there is the swing just a little bit, and no matter how much they grease the hinges, it squeaks.
I think there's like a projection of a memory, like not in the like visual sense, but in the sound, specifically Jennifer crying. upon like yeah. So you hear like a young teenager crying, and no matter where you look, and you can tell it's a teenage, like a young 13, but you just cannot find this kid.
I feel like because I'm picturing that like the actual like in real life physical like playground is going to get haunted, and I love the idea of just like start a rumor starting to feel like, oh, the playground's haunted.
Yeah, I think there is in much the same way. I'm going to sort of integrate that into what I was kind of going to go with. I think that no kids ever play hide and seek by hiding behind that tree, because something will always stop them before they get to a full count.
Oh, I like that. Ooh.
So.
Yeah, I like that. That's good. I love that. Yeah, because obviously that would be Sky.
Yeah.
That would go there. Oh, I love that. That's great.
So, perfect. So, is there anything else we need to do to say goodbye to Sky?
I don't think so. I think it's a this is great because I love stories that don't have a happy ending. So I think this is one of those cases where it's just someone who has had so much like to deal with like in their life, and who, despite maybe people trying and like despite themselves trying, could not let go of the guilt. And so I think they are almost in a sense fated to haunt the playground, much like you said, to maybe try and keep other kids safe. Maybe there will be in years there will be stories from about like how maybe someone with bad intentions like had been sort of like scouting, like hounding the playground, and how somehow for some reason this person got spooked and never appeared again. Or like how certain maybe some kid, I don't know, nearly fell off one of like the climbing things and miraculously landed just right so they didn't break anything. That would be like years and years of story, but I feel like that would be almost kind of like how they almost would absolve the guilt by, as a spirit, trying to keep other kids in the playground safe. And I think that's just maybe something that, a place that they will never be able to leave. So this playground is haunted now.
Okay. I really like that. So I would like to, this is something that I'm adding to the game. I would like to just add a moment at the end of each character's story where I think each of us just says goodbye. So I'll go ahead and start. Goodbye, little storm cloud.
Yeah, BJ.
That was really fucking sad. I mean, what the fuck? How am I supposed to follow that up except goodbye, Sky?
I think rather than name, I'm gonna say can I say, rather than saying goodbye, can I put a wish rather?
Yeah.
So can I say I hope you can forgive yourself?
I like that.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, everybody. We're gonna take a deep breath here. Shake it out a little bit.
Yeah.
And then we'll hop into VJ's character.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what that's
which we took a little bit longer than we expected. So we
How
are
dare
gonna
you
speed run this a little bit.
You're great though, thank you.
I see how it is. You got to speed run. I'm just kidding.
You're the one with the thing you gotta get to.
Here's the thing. I was so tempted to make it. It's because I'm black, huh?
I saw that on your face.
I
saw
it too.
Don't worry, I'll make it live when it goes out.
Perfect.
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
Thanks.
Wait, Vidya, do you know Apollo, right?
Yes, that's
Apollo makes the exact same
as
joke.
he should. Every black person should. It's all right.
Because the moment that I was like, I am hearing Apollo in the distance because I played Vampire the Masquerade with him for a while, so it was the exact same thing. Yeah.
My homie.
Yeah.
I love this, but I gotta keep us moving so we actually get.
Yeah, we gotta go. Go.
So let's start. Vijay, who is this person and how do they die? I'm trying to get back to the actual questions we had. So yeah, who is this person? Give us some basic details and then a quick look at death.
Yeah, so my guy's name is Douglas Warner, called DW. He's a 35-year-old black man. He's 6'5". He's got a big afro that he puts into different shapes. Right now, it is shaped like a star. Is currently wearing a bright orange jacket and matching pants with a magenta shirt and ascot. Yeah, he was killed. He's very much like representing the 1960s fashion of which he is from specifically. He was killed while protecting the wife and daughters of Bumpy Johnson. For anybody who doesn't know, that is a crime boss from Harlem, and is kind of just right now looking like around everything, watching kind of the gang members from the Bub Hewlett gang like drive off, seeing like his boss's wife and kids like duck down and just looking down at his bullet-ridden body and then kind of looking at himself.
Interesting. Okay, so does his ghost manifestation carry the wounds?
No, he looks pristine.
He looks pristine. Does he look the same as he did right before he was shot, or is this a younger version of himself?
No, it's still him. It's 100% him, save for the bullets and the blood.
Also, you may have said this, but I don't have it written down and I forgot it. How old is he?
35.
35, okay. I think I remember you saying that now. Okay. Perfect. And you said Bub Hewlett gang? B-U-B Hewlett?
So he works for Bumpy Johnson. The Bub Hewlett gang killed him.
Okay. Cool. Perfect. Cool. So, on seeing this, what is their first thought upon seeing their own body?
Am I high? Somebody slipped something to me. I didn't drink anything. Is very confused here. Like, okay. And like it is very confused and then starts moving towards and is talking to Mamie Johnson and Ruthie and Elise, which are the wife and two daughters. Yeah. Two younger, like the daughters are like teenagers, like young teenage, preteen at this point. It's kind of like, come on, we gotta go, we gotta leave. Like, it's not understanding what's happening, but is still acting in the way that he would be if things were fine. Like, it's thinking, I'm just probably really hurt, so like kind of keeps moving.
Yeah, it's just an out-of-body experience type. Head frame of mind. There we go. Okay, and you can see probably the wife and kids of Bumpy Johnson are I would say still sort of cowering and not responding.
Hey, we gotta listen. We gotta get inside. All right, it's a brick building. It'll be a bit safer than behind the cars. Come on, let's go. And he can hear like the sirens behind him and whatnot. We gotta go. Come on. And like reaches down to touch Ruthie, and then his hand just kind of passes through. And then like kind of steps back and passes through the like partially through the car that they're like kind of cowering behind, and it's just looking down at himself and at the cars. Nope. I'm just really hurt. I'm hallucinating. This is fine.
Perfect. I think this is a great moment to look into the history of DW and to pull some tethers.
That's 3 cards, right?
4, unless we want to shorten it to 3. If you're,
I'll
know we can
shorten
talk
it to
a
3.
lot, so it may.
I'll shorten it to 3.
Okay.
Since you're pressuring me.
Yeah.
I'll shorten it to 3. So I have the Jack of Clubs, the Ace of Spades, and the 7 of Spades.
That's 2 power, isn't it?
And 7 of Spades. Ooh, interesting. Okay. So Ace is riddled with spite. It is a power card. Usually the thing on that is spite is going to grow. So know that there is something in DW's backstory that has added spite to all of this.
Great.
So Jack of Clubs, you can reevaluate what tethers. I think that says USO. I think reevaluate what tethers you drew. It's the Jack of Clubs.
Yeah.
Isn't SO like swap out?
I think so. It explains it later. Pull 3 cards, select the tether you want to play, then discard the remaining cards. So, if you'd like to swap any of these tethers, let me see what the Jack of Clubs. Let's talk through what these mean first. So this is the Jack of Clubs. Starts us. So that is a shortcoming, a personal affliction. To start. Your Ace of Spades is a ring from a significant other. And your 7 of Spades is an item hidden away in a drawer or a closet. So, are there any of those that you'd like to swap out?
No.
Okay.
I think these are good.
It is interesting to me that we had all hearts previous, and we have 2 spades, so a personal affliction and 2 personal items as your tethers. That's always what tethers are drawn to me are probably the most interesting thing in informing the character. So that's always something that's very, very curious to me. So knowing that there are going to be the 2 personal items and a self-affliction, what do you think is the manifestation that DW resides in while dealing with tethers?
Honestly, I think he's sitting in Bumpy Johnson's living room. It is a place that and I think it like shifts like every once in a while because I think Bumpy Johnson's living room, because he's known Bumpy Johnson since he was a little kid. His mom got sent to jail. His dad died, and was kind of taken in a little bit by Bumpy in a way, not like personally in the house, but like in and out a lot. So like has been in various living rooms of Bumpy Johnson. So like it kind of shifts to the ones he's been in before. But yeah, he's just kind of sitting in there. I think the one he's in right now is the one he remembers from when he was a kid. He was like 8 when like his mom got sent to jail and his dad died like within like 5 months of each other.
Yeah.
And so he's sitting in there and he's like 8. It's like comfy. It's like very much lived in, kind of like it doesn't feel like one of those, like if you go into like a penthouse and you're like, I don't want to sit on anything. Actually, it's so like sleek and like not livable feeling and looking.
Absolutely. Can I make a quick pitch on the shifting nature of this?
Sure.
Can I pitch that it is a time lapse of the last like 20 some years? You said as a kid, so 30 years of Bumpy Johnson's living room. So it actually, you will see flashes of people and decor change as seasons pass and as we go.
I like that.
Cool. Perfect. And describe for me at least how it starts. Is Bumpy Johnson the type of person who would have like a large gilded framed picture of themselves and their family over the mantelpiece? Are they like, what does this place look like in particular for Bumpy Johnson?
I'm going to say my version of Bumpy Johnson does not. I think the man outside the criminal element is very family orientated.
Okay.
And like there is a large picture, but it's him and his family.
Okay.
It's not just him.
Perfect. Good to know. And you said this room was a living room or a sitting room? I don't know if there's that much difference in the two.
I also don't know if that's... I'm going to say living room.
I see a living room. I would call it a living room because to me a living room is a room that is lived in, whereas a sitting room is a room that you sometimes exist in, if that makes sense.
Then I think throughout the years, it changes from a living room to a sitting room at certain points. But the one he's in right now is a living room.
Okay, cool. That's interesting. All right. We'll have to keep an eye on that as we go. Let's see. So what other things did we... so let's talk about DW's life. Obviously, he was probably working for Bumpy Johnson when he died.
100%. Right? Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought, and that's what I thought we were using, but I didn't actually have it written down. So, how long has he been working for Bumpy Johnson, and what are some general bullet points of his life?
Yeah. I'd say unofficially, because he was when Bumpy Johnson started more looking after him, he was trying to help Bumpy Johnson when he was 7 or 8. But officially, I'd say 14. 14. So between 28 and 21 to 28 years, depending on you count official or unofficial stuff.
Okay.
Bullet points. Let's see some major bullet points.
The bullet.
I cringed when I said bullet points earlier. We'll see if chat noticed it or not, but I said it and then I went, ah.
Yeah.
Okay, bullet points. I think very much before he was 14, Bumpy was trying to be kind of adamant and go be a kid. All right, you'll have enough time to join later. Go be a kid. And he was very much no, I want to help. So even though he did have friends his age and stuff, a lot of his time was spent just kind of watching Bumpy Johnson's operations and trying to get in on it, the gambling den, the gambling. Some of the crimes Bumpy Johnson is known for is heroin trafficking, gambling, and prostitution and stuff. So would and other drug trafficking as well. So would try to get in on that as much as possible. Would try and beat up members of the Bud Hewlett, the younger ones as well. Got his ass kicked a few times by some of them. But they also recognize that, hey, doesn't Bump recognize them as Bumpy's kind of taking him under his wing a little bit. Mm-hmm. So didn't kill him or anything. He'd get an earful about trying to be in grown folks' business around that and stuff. Really smart kid, really good with numbers. And was once he realized that's when he started to be Bumpy might let me more in it if I'm just talking on the number side of things versus actually being out and about. So officially 14, but I think it was around 12 when he was hey, and kind of unofficially would have a little bit of dealings in there, and very much pushy at Bumpy to do this.
So I immediately am curious in like how DW got started, which immediately brings up DW's. Like you said, DW's dad was arrested, correct, or was locked up?
The mom was arrested. The
Mom
dad
was
got
arrested.
killed.
Dad got killed. Okay, were they involved with Bumpy, or were these unrelated?
I'm gonna say unrelated.
Okay.
Excuse me. Now the mom and the dad ran a little business. And the mom was the accountant and had been like tax evasion and stuff, and then did some extra bits of tax evasion, got caught assaulting an officer, etc. Like got sent away and and I think wouldn't have been gone super long, but then died and got like sick in prison and died. And then the dad, after the mom got arrested, was still like trying to do the business. They knew Bumpy, but they also weren't like, doing any like really crime with him or anything like that. Not like, maybe there had been like a little money laundering like years ago, but very straight and narrow. Still did like, took good care of Bumpy and stuff whenever they come in. I think they probably have like a really successful like restaurant or something. And then Bub Hewlett gang knew that this is one of Bumpy's favorite places, so showed up and just like completely trashed the place. And like, I don't think they meant to beat the dad to death, but here we are.
Okay. That's interesting. And then the last question I have for me before we get too far into this is, with both parents gone, did DW live with Bumpy, or was there something like another family member or a neighbor?
Yeah, no, I think he had like an older cousin who like could at least give him somewhere to live, but actually being able to like afford was a lot harder. And so Bumpy, knowing his mom and dad, like always appreciating both of their loyalties, even if they weren't like, actively in anything with him, we're like, hey, I got this. We've got this.
Okay. Good to know. All right. So we have lived with a cousin. Perfect. So I think that really does help me understand DW. Anna, did you have any other questions or thoughts?
I'm curious, what is his personality like, kind of? Because obviously you said that he has like, or the beginning is like, wife and kids and stuff. And you said that Bumpy also was a family guy. Would that have been imparted on DW?
Oh yeah, I think 100% that would have been like very much probably like, hey, family is everything. All right.
Yeah.
Family safe, you protect them, you take care of them. My DW's kind of very like neat, prim and proper, like very much like as far as like his own personal appearance, business, expects things to run smoothly, expects like the numbers to work, recognizes that sometimes things won't run smoothly, but if that happens, it's an outside factor and not because you fucked up. Otherwise there's going to be a problem. And even when he's handling very clean about it, like very rarely gets any like actual dirt or blood on himself.
Okay, I like
even
that.
though he gets down and dirty.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
Okay. That's really good. I like that. And then does DW have any he's 35 now, does he have a significant other or family, direct family that he has created?
He does have direct families. He is dating another man that works in Bumpy's organization. I think his name is his name's Gene.
Was it not? Maybe I missed this in the beginning. I thought you in the beginning said he had kids.
Oh no! He was one's wife and kids.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that made more sense. Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, he's dating this guy named Gene.
Got it. Gene with a G or Gene with a J?
With a G.
Okay. Perfect. I think that tells me a ton before we get to the tethers here. So we have Jack of Clubs, Ace of Spades, Seven of Spades. Let me come back to those. Did we want to trade any of those out?
Nope.
No. Okay. Perfect.
Actually,
Yeah.
I take it back. I think I'm gonna trade out the Ace of Spades.
Okay.
I've got a King of Clubs. I've got a Two of Diamonds.
Two of Diamonds, which is a power.
And I got and I've got a Seven of Clubs.
And a Seven of Clubs. Okay, so King of Clubs is personal affliction, the thing you love most. You said Two of Diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
Two of Diamonds is a place where you left angry. And then Seven of Clubs, right?
Mm-hmm.
A time when you went against your personal stance.
I have a really mean suggestion for the first one, but obviously you can go.
No, tell me.
The place that you left angry. What if he had an argument with Jean right before?
We're gonna go with the place where you left angry.
Oh, that's the two, right?
Yeah, that's the two. Switching it out for the
This is
spade.
sufficiently weighted. Because it's a power card, the effect of this is doubled.
Okay.
So that affects our story, I think, pretty heavily. And I am a big fan. So Two of Diamonds. Perfect. You left angry. Fight with Jean. If we're doing this chronologically, I feel like the fight with Jean almost has to be right before death.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I was like, I'm willing to be swayed another way, but that's what.
No, I think that. I think.
Yeah, that was my intention. It was the last thing. Yeah.
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 Maybe even like, 'cause what was the reason that he was with Bumpy's wife and kids?
Well, because everything that was like stuff was heating up with the Bub Hewlett gang, and so it was like at this point they just weren't going anywhere by themselves. Period. Like,
I feel like what if Jean was just like, oh, you're spending more time with them than me right now, or something like that. But obviously that's up to you.
Wait, okay, actually, yes. Then I want to retcon. Jean doesn't work for Bumpy Johnson.
Okay.
I want to take that. I like
walk me
that.
Through this. So doesn't work for Bumpy Johnson, but is basically Bumpy Johnson's family, right? Or
Jean, the partner, doesn't work for Bumpy Johnson.
Oh, Jean, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Yeah, the partner doesn't work for Bumpy Johnson.
Okay. Perfect. Okay, let me just delete that line. Cool. All right, and then your Jack of Clubs is a personal affliction. It is a shortcoming.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have any ideas for the shortcoming?
I know I said right now that like he expects things to be in order, but he recognizes outside situations. I don't think that was always the case. I think when he was younger and he was first getting into things, he was very much like things have to be the way they're supposed to be. I don't care what any of the other circumstances are. I don't care. And having such like that rigid like thinking made him like having such rigid thinking and then being in charge of stuff really fucked him over because of the way he was treating people. And then they would like maybe go on to like stab him in the back or something, which would then hurt Bumpy Johnson's like bottom line and stuff. That's what I'm kind of imagining for that. Like the thing, like his main character personality that he has now, which he grew from, wasn't always like that.
So here's what I'm thinking with that. So thinking about the different parental backgrounds and Bumpy and the shortcoming and the backstabbing, sort of combining that together, I think at some point DW was brokering a deal and played hardball and hypothetically won that hardball, but actually lost. And it goes south.
Okay.
So I think that could be an interesting like business dealing for Bumpy Johnson. Okay. And then 7 of spades. Wait, 7 of spades? I think I read the 7 of clubs last time. 7 of spades, oh yeah, is an item hidden away in a drawer or a closet.
It's a wedding ring. He was gonna propose.
Oh.
Okay.
We're hurting feelings today.
Ugh. It's fine. Everything's fine. Okay. I think we start. I think this has to go business deal, wedding ring, fight with Jean, or is it fight with Jean, wedding ring?
Ooh, that's interesting too.
But I could see either way.
Actually, I think what it is, it's the wedding ring first, specifically him grabbing it and looking at it and getting ready for it, and then when we transition into the next scene, which is the
fight.
Ooh, I think what happens is he's going to do it. He gets a call from Bumpy, and then he has to go. So we get him getting and then it transitions into the fight.
Okay, gotcha. So
okay,
I think we can. So I think we can play one scene there, and actively morph one into the other, rolling results.
Yep, works for me.
Okay, because I love that. I think that's the best way to play that. But we just have to adapt the actual.
Can I, in that scene, play Jean? I really want to have a chance to fight.
I'm not gonna lie. I'm happy with that. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So let's start with business dealing, playing hardball, and it goes south. So what is Bumpy Johnson trying to exert? I think it's a financial force here, but it could be implied other forces. What are they trying to buy or to coerce somebody to sell, or what do we think that deal is about?
Yeah. So like I said, Bumpy Johnson was into like the drug trade, heroin specifically, but other drugs too, gambling and prostitution. And I think is specifically trying to I think what he's wanting right now is more specific to the drug trade of stuff, and so is kind of trying to like solidify a partnership between himself and God, if I knew how heroin was made, this would be a lot easier for me to describe.
How about this? Because I think it's interesting to start and end with Bub Hewlett. What if there is a faction or a portion of Bub Hewlett's operations that are sort of necessary, that they were looking to coalesce and work together, and that's part of what goes south?
Ooh, yeah, I like that. Actually. I like that a lot. I think he's like 17 at this point, right on the cusp of 18.
Okay. That interesting transitional period. Cool. So yeah, I think do we want this to be a classic like CD location with your like suited?
I don't think so. I think it's at his family's restaurant. Like he doesn't like technically speaking, it's technically his. But it's under like management, like put in by Bumpy Johnson until he's old enough to decide like, hey, what exactly do you want to do with this? So it's back at the family restaurant.
Interesting thing. Does mom work at the rest? Because tax evasion is not usually a 30-year crime. right?
No. So what happened? The tax evasion happened. She also assaulted an officer and died in prison.
Never mind.
She would have gotten out if.
Okay. Gotcha. I missed that last part, apparently.
Yeah, she got sick and died in prison.
Oh, shit. Okay, cool. Never mind. She's not at the restaurant. But, okay, cool. What cuisine is served?
Oh, I think his dad is. I think his dad's Nigerian. Okay. And so he was responsible for like the cooking and stuff, so it's Nigerian food still.
Okay. Cool. Okay, yeah. Gotcha. So like one of the main features is like a jollof rice. Right, okay. Cool. I'm like, I will recognize some of these names of foods, but I could not like if someone who's like, list Nigerian food, I could not come up with the names, but I can recognize them if I see them. So anyway, okay, so that's great. And is it like big family portions that like we serve out of the center of the table, or is it individual plates?
I think it could be either or, but I think DW specifically requested like big family portions for this meeting.
Perfect. Then I will go ahead, given that I know that Riley is going to play Jean later. I will go ahead and take the role of the main negotiator. If you want to pop in with other mobsters in and out, you totally can. Or other like, folks who may be involved here. So there's a bunch of.
I'll have a
Okay. So yeah. What I think the representative from Bub Hewlett is a woman. We'll make this. We'll say we'll sort of mirror you in the Bub Hewlett gang, but make this a woman. So sort of you're 17, 18. This is a late teens, early 20s. I think she's maybe a couple years older than you. Woman. And yeah, I think it's interesting to start with that sort of mirror. So what have you brought us to this? Thank you for your invite to your place of business. A delightful food, and there's a polite amount of eating. I don't think there's too much going on. She does not like really dig in, whether it's to anxiety or nervousness or professional wariness. There are bites taken out of things and food is moved around, but it's not really dug into.
Yeah, no, he's a little like I think he's a little miffed at that, but doesn't really not to the point where this feels disrespectful, but is like, and he himself is like digging in, and like he has the big jollof rice, and he also has the like fufu and some other stuff to like dip it into. Is like eating and talking, and as he's doing that, it's like cleaning his hands after every has like a thing of like the wipes and stuff. Yeah, welcome. If you want anything else, get it off the menu. So, both of us, you have something we want, we have something you want. You've got the manufacturing, we've got the people on the street. So I think, and kind of pulls up a briefcase, opens it up. There's at least like $20,000 in there. I think this is a good amount to start off with. using a portion of your manufacturing, and then going from there and seeing how it works out and renegotiating any splits after that.
You want a rental?
For now. With the possibility of something more mutually beneficial and lucrative and long-lasting on both ends.
I really like ideas that leave us both with bigger pockets, but I gotta wonder here. What's to stop us from? I mean, we've already got some people out there. We already make everything.
You're right. You've got some people out there. And I think I'm not going to insult your intelligence. They sent you here. You know numbers at least as well as I do. And I think you'll know you had more at one point and then you didn't. And that was because of us. So
what I'm getting at is that the offer that you've pitched is very fair if this was a 50-50 split. But we don't see it that way. You see, our folks are the ones in danger importing. Our folks are the ones in danger refining, doing the manufacturing. Replacing workers is very, very hard. And very, very time consuming. So, I love the idea of this deal. Hey, we're looking at you're pitching what I believe would be close to a 50-50 split. We're going to need closer to 70-30 to get any movement on this. And I can tell you that right now.
Kind of like dips the fufu on. Scoops up the... If we were in the next phase of this, maybe we could negotiate that. But right now, this is simply a give us what we can, give what you can with this amount of money to see if it's actually worthwhile and lucrative on either one of our ends. Truly, you must be able to figure out what's the point of making any different deal besides hey, here's what we're offering right now. Let's see what we can do with that. Then readjust and look at the numbers. It's foolish to do otherwise.
I mean, it's foolish to accept a deal that is not worthwhile.
I think as when there has been one of the other Bob Hewlett's crew have been outside on the phone, and they come back in and they come close to this woman and lean down and whisper something in her ear. I don't obviously DW would have never been able to hear that. But I think that might have been the thing, because I think we talked about that it was something that DW thought that he had, and then turned out not to be, if I understand correctly. That was the flaw, right? Yeah, and I think this is a thing that changes maybe the course of the conversation a little bit to make it seem like he's winning, if that makes sense. So I'll leave it up to Tony to decide what was whispered that changed that course, but you can... DW would see someone come in and whisper something in the air, and that sort of changes the tone of the conversation.
Can I make a suggestion here?
Yeah.
Yes.
I think what might, because DW mentions hey, you used to have more people on the street, and you don't need more because of us. And I think this is maybe the thing is hey, go ahead and broker this. They're going to think we're working with them, and then that means they'll let their guard down a little bit, and we can even the playing field on how many people they have on the street.
Yeah, it's absolutely like a strategy is being whispered, because I think you said there's also like a newer or like a younger person that's maybe like trying to get like, you know, prove their worth. So I think that's a good thing that's being whispered, like, hey, like let's fuck them over in this way.
Is it okay? I'm getting word that our original count was slightly off. And I think maybe we could negotiate a little bit more. But I still would love to see closer to 60-40.
I'm happy to negotiate after we run this experiment, which is what I'm offering here. Paying you for us to do an experiment to see how well this works, and then negotiating the actual hard, here's what happens. A test run before we get to the full honored agreement.
A test run, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that was what we were running before you stepped in and mangled it. So how about this? Throw in a few thousand for the headache you've caused us to this extra test, and we can renegotiate later.
If it was able to be mangled, it was a poor test. Things should go the way they go, regardless of outside provocation. You should be prepared for that.
You'll see her smile, an icy smile, right? It is a smile that is in mouth and like facial muscle, like it is only here, right? And there's no way that this test of yours could ever be mangled.
You can try. Someone else could try.
How about this? If you could make me the guarantee that this test could never be mangled, I'll take your deal right now.
Guarantee it.
And she'll reach out her hand for a handshake. And then the other hand, after the handshake, reaches over and grabs the briefcase full of cash. It's a pleasure doing business with you. I look forward to all our future encounters.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I think this is a good time to roll that D4 to see how holding on to this moment goes.
Oh no.
That's a 1.
I'm gonna need y'all to succeed at least once in this
yeah.
So that is a failed progress and a spite token. And I think this doesn't happen in real life, but I don't have a better way of communicating this. In the memory, you see this woman look back over her shoulder and throw a wink at the memory.
I like that. Yeah.
And I think shortly thereafter, this test goes to happen. And because they have the locations of all of your people on, like, around town, a massive number of them just get straight up killed.
Yeah, and they're expecting the Hewlett gang to come to them to give them the stuff,
Yes.
so they don't have their guard up.
Yes. It's so. And I think finally there is a letter sent, which I think this is what really causes this bite. There is a letter sent through the mail to DW that is signed simply that simply says, "Never promise what you can't deliver."
Kind of crumples it up.
Oh.
And I feel like I was supposed to give this lady a name. I never did. So I almost want to sign it with a name here, just to give her a name.
Lydia or something, and it's signed L.
Lydia. I like Lydia.
That's
Yeah,
good
let's
name.
do it. Yeah, it's signed with a big, like, super curly L.
I think, like, in the real world, after that, he makes it his mission to, like, figure out where to find Lydia and kill her. I don't know if he succeeds, but he does, like, meticulously plan it.
We shall see. I don't know how that applies to the rest of this story.
I don't think it
But-
applies to the rest of the story at all. I'm just letting the viewers know he does plan to kill her, and you just never find out if he does or doesn't.
Okay.
Maybe if you roll a success, then we decide that
Depending on-
No. We're never telling the audience. Sorry,
Okay,
folks. We're just gonna have
okay.
to think about it.
I
Oh,
don't
well,
know.
we'll discuss it afterwards. Yeah.
It could be heartbreaking to kill her and steal her wedding ring. No, I'm just kidding. Don't do that. But, like, Anyway, all right. So about this wedding ring moment. So I think this is the process of finding and obtaining, right?
Finding it, yeah. To add to this, Gene is a paleontologist. On his weekends, likes to play a little jazz music. That's how DW met him at a jazz club, and they immediately like clicked.
Okay.
Kind of a whirlwind romance, and like the place that he was playing at was known for having like Bumpy Johnson and other gangsters in it. So it was like, yeah, okay, whatever. And he had a fling or two with like other people that were like in the life, but this got like more serious. Moved in together. And because of his paleontology and interest, he was looking for rings made out of dinosaur bones.
Okay.
Ooh, that's nice. I like that.
So I think it would be really kind of cool to have this next scene literally like in the back of a museum.
Are we doing a shady deal here? Am I doing a shady deal for some dinosaur bones to make some matching wedding rings?
I'm gonna be honest. I don't know how you get dinosaur bone if it isn't shady. Like there's probably methods. I don't know them.
Me either. Okay, cool.
Okay. It's like I'm willing to listen to other ideas, but that's my pitch. So yeah, I think there is I would say there is somebody in the museum. I think the museum, like many museums, has a sort of slightly illicit import-export ruling. And I do think Bumpy helps them get
the cut of stuff.
Yeah. And so you've got somebody inside that you either have a line on or something like that. Is what I'm thinking.
Yeah, I'm kind of imagining because of that a little bit. That it's not that he's like they've gotten dinosaur bones in, is that he's been like it's them to like get a replica of like one of the bones and give him like a real one off of an actual display.
Yes. Can I? This may be too comedic for the moment, but I'm going to pitch it anyway. Can this scientist look exactly like the Jurassic Park old guy?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. I just... It's stuck in my brain too much, and I couldn't get it out unless I said it. So.
I can see it.
Okay. So, I think, yeah. I think there's a moment of, welcome. We have several different cuts on the menu tonight. We have, and I don't know why an accent is started to crop up in there. That wasn't my goal, but apparently it's happening. So here we are. We have several different types of cuts that we can work with. We have a little bit of Stegosaurus femur that we could take a chip from. We do have an interesting it'd be a phalange of a raptor type.
What if I wanted the entire femur?
If you wanted the entire femur, now well, that would be quite difficult to pull off. I have my methods, but making an entire femur replacement look exactly the same as a well desiccated bone, truly fossilized type of thing, is well, it's extremely time painstaking, and it would cost you.
Money's not an object, and I think I'm gonna take the. I think, and is the actually it's gonna say money's not an object, and is the time-consuming part sounds like a issue on your end.
Well, like many servicemen, I need to charge for labor as well as all of the other factors. And I want to make sure that my customers are satisfied and happy.
Right. And how many of your customers help with your importing and exporting outside of this?
And the face is going to harden a little bit. There's been a jovialness to it a little bit, but I think the face sort of hardens. Well, I will not be revealing my customer base to you at this moment.
That's fine. I know the answer.
Your involvement in it.
It's fine. I already know the answer. You don't ask questions to things you don't know the answer to. So how about this? I pay you how much it'll cost for the femur, and you throw in the cost of labor as a favor to a helpful business partner.
What I'll do, how about this? I'll throw it in favor for favor. I have something exquisite that is getting shipped to me that is outside of the normal purview of our arrangement. All you need to do is sign for it like normal. No questions. No prying.
15% off the cost for the femur, and you have a deal. Actually, I'll be generous. 10% off. With the labor thrown in.
I could do 5. You know my margins. I don't make a massive living here.
Let's say 7 and call it.
I think this is a good time for a roll.
Can I also add that the whole time in the back there's some guy with a clipboard like writing like the order kind of down, but like that clearly does not get paid enough to tell anyone about what's going on. Like just really like uninterested, like okay, they go okay. Femur it is. 10. No wait, it does across it like he comes in and taking notes in the back.
That seemed like that was a success. There was a happy face there.
I got a 4.
Yeah.
Okay, so for the first time, I just realized in the rule book, I found a small error where it says 1, 2, 3, and 3. But I know that that's a 4. So you automatically add 1 point to progress and remove 1 spite point if you have a spite token.
I feel like that's almost the answer to the. But that's up for you to decide.
And yeah, I absolutely think that that's the answer. I think that I believe we can make that happen for 7, and for goodwill. And well, I assume that you want something with this femur. I could recommend someone to work on it as well. A craftsman of sorts.
Yes, some wedding rings and perhaps other jewelry, depending on my partner's preferences.
Well, early congratulations to the happy couple then.
Much appreciated.
As this is being said, I do think that he is pouring himself like a glass of scotch or something, right? There's a little bit of a toast at the end of this.
If I can say, I think he's pouring a glass of scotch that it's not a big from like not a huge bottle. Like it is nowhere equivalent to like the amount he's like losing on the deal. But he did bring a nice bottle of scotch for him because he knows he likes it. Because he's seen him do that before. So he got him a nice bottle of scotch as well.
Okay. So let me just clarify this. DW got him a nice bottle of scotch, or the
DW got him a nice bottle of scotch. Like brought it with him for this specifically.
Then yeah, I believe it's time that we crack the seal on this. And drink to happy ventures in the future.
Happy ventures.
Perfect. So I assume great. So let's check in. We didn't actually check in between the first scene and the second back into the manifestation in the living / sitting room. So after the first scene, I think it's shifted into a sitting room. I think it shifted into more almost unwelcoming.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think any other changes were done here?
I think where he sits is probably different. Like I think in like the first one, because it's like his more childhood self, like he was much more closer, more like comfortable with Bumpy and whatnot. So he'd like, while it was a living room, there was also like a place on the couch that Bumpy liked to sit, and DW would sit right next to him. Now, in between, it is a sitting room, and while there are more couches and chairs and whatnot, he's kind of sitting like farther away from Bumpy, from where Bumpy would typically sit. Like Bumpy's got like it's not a full couch. It could sit 3 people, but Bumpy just kind of likes to spread out. And then there are other chairs and like longer couches around that, but he's like kind of on the other side of the room, away from like that. And I think it's very much clearly in remembrance and then like kind of a punishment for what happened with Lydia.
I would also like to posit that in this switch we see like a small rocking chair or a smaller chair get added to the room as well. So
yeah, I'm into that.
Okay, perfect. And then how does that change when we come back from the wedding ring session?
I think it's I think the place is bigger. That it's been redecorated. He's moved. Bumpy has moved again, but in between the like time, like I think when he gets the wedding ring commission, and like he gets the bones for it, like he's got he. It's like 2 or 3 years before the next scene, but like very early on into the relationship, he's like he knows he's gonna marry this man, but so I'd say that happens when he's like 31, 32. But a long enough time has passed between his plan going awry when he was 17, 18 and now. And so he's like gotten back in Bumpy's good graces. He's done like really great things for him. So he's sitting right next to, like he's sitting on the left-hand side of Bumpy, I think. And the right hand is reserved for, what's this guy's name? Frank Lucas, who was Bumpy's right-hand man.
Okay. Interesting thought. You said that the wedding ring was stashed away, like, did you say a bedside table?
Yeah, like in a false bottom of the bedside table.
So can I pitch something slightly different?
Yeah, good.
What if there is like a clock with a hiding spot in it in the sitting room?
Ooh. I like that.
I like that. I like that
Okay.
a lot.
Yeah. So our last scene will actually start, I think, with the ring being grabbed from the clock in the sitting room.
Where would Jean be in that thing as well? What I'm wondering is, are they pronouns he? They?
Yeah, he and me.
Yeah. Would he be like being called over or like? I guess also what is like DW's plan like to I guess propose?
Okay, so here's.
I have a pitch if you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Bumpy is you are back in Bumpy's the best of Bumpy's graces, and Bumpy is willing to lend you one of his really nice cars. And because it's a special date night, you are picking up that car as well as the ring on your way to pick up Jean.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah,
I like that a lot. Yeah, I think like shows up at Bumpy's, gets the car, hugs Bumpy. Like Bumpy knows that Bumpy knows that he's got a plan for like tonight and whatnot. And is going and is like likes Jean. Jean's never been a problem in all the years, so it's like, yeah, no, congratulations, good luck on that. To add, I think the reason why, like later on, I think the reason why he calls DW is because someone else was going with his wife and his girls, but they got sick or had a really big family emergency, like someone with their mom, and you know Bumpy's really big about family, and also trusts like DW to go like make sure they're safe and keep an eye on them as they're doing their thing.
So I would push this a little bit further.
Yeah, go ahead.
If we can, because knowing that Bumpy is a family person and that DW is close to family, I think we have to ratchet up the importance of the call, because Bumpy being that we know that this is proposal night.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking. It has to be really
strong reason.
Yeah. What if like the family? What if like the person that was originally supposed to go with them? What if they already were getting caught into trouble? So like this is like a car chase happening, and this person's calling Bumpy like, "Listen, I'm in trouble. Like I'm trying to get your family out of here." But also like I'm outnumbered. And so then Bumpy starts calling DW like, "Hey, I need you there like on the scene."
No, yeah. No, I like that. I like that a lot.
Yeah. I had and you go with one you like. I had a secondary pitch that
let me hear it.
In fact, there was a threat on never mind. I was trying to work in whether there was a threat on Jean or on DW's life, and so DW had to leave Jean for something like that. But then to go and hang out with Bumpy's family is tenuous at best. So I don't think that's the best idea. But I had to get that out of my brain in case it affects something. So
yeah, I think Riley, I think yours is great. I think yours is perfect.
Okay, cool. Yeah. So would you then like turn up at like would you just arrive like where like I guess like to Jean's house and then maybe just like you got like a cup like just like a hello
Our
and then
house.
you got a caller?
Our
house. Yeah.
I think
Okay,
we live together. At
Yeah.
this point.
So would you then turn up there and just maybe barely got like in the door and like started talking? And like talking like, oh, we're gonna take you here when you got the call. Like, or like how long into at what point do you get a call?
So here's the thing. I kind of picture, while DW like likes going to nice places in celebration, when it comes to like big intimate moments, he likes having them like alone.
Yeah.
Kind of thing, like in a familiar place. So I think they're actually sitting on their couch, and DW is sitting there talking. I knew the moment I set eyes on you, I was gonna love you for the rest of my life.
Like really like soft and like face like that was really sweet. Honestly, same though. I mean, you were the most attractive looking person in the whole place. Like you walked in and there was just spotlight straight there.
DW, who does get like kind of blushy when it comes to Jean saying stuff like that to him, just and afterwards I did ask around a little bit about your reputation, you know. So I knew I had a little bit of an uphill battle to climb. It's not often you stuck in long things with people you met at while you're performing, but I just knew I wanted to be there. And I want to be here right beside you for the rest of our lives. And if there's something after that, that too.
Sorry, I think at the end of that sentence, I think is a good moment for the phone to ring.
Yeah, I think where that Jean was about to say something in similar spirit when the phone rings, maybe. So, like about to say something and then interrupts.
I also think like there's a very clear moment that Jean notices DW reaching into his pocket for something.
Yeah, it's like because of the topic of conversation that he understands or like at least hopes where this is going, and then obviously gets like, you know, like kind of excited maybe, and then then the phone would ring.
Like reaches into one pocket and then takes the hand out and reaches into the other pocket with the phone and opens it up.
Yeah.
Bumpy, what's going on? You know, I'm kind of, and like gives Jean a look.
Yeah, I know. You know, I wouldn't do any of this unless it was the utmost. But there's, I've been alerted to someone in the inner circle who's betrayed us.
Like stands up immediately. What?
And there's nobody in this world that I trust as much as you, and I need that level of trust right now.
What do you need me to do?
They've been threatening Mamie and the girls.
Okay, where are they? I think like had a jacket, it's grabbing it, it's putting it on.
Jean is like getting up, like, wait, where are you going?
They were on their way to the ice skating rink tonight. They were going to be out there, and you know, just the girls were going to get hot cocoa or whatever, and you know, do the whole thing. Right? Mm-hmm. It was a night out, get away from it all.
Right. Telling them to come back and scaring them would be a lot.
Exactly. I need somebody with sharp eyes and unquestioning family ties.
Okay. No,
I would go myself, but I have got to hunt down this son of a bitch who is
I understand.
Out for my family.
I've got it handled. All right, I'll keep him safe.
Thank you. I know I owe you big.
Anything for family. Like hangs up the phone, and kind of leans in to try to get
like the hands, and Jane looks pissed. He's just there like, you're leaving now. Really?
I have to, and like
you always have to. It's almost like Bumpy and his family are way more important than I am.
They're my family too.
I spend more time with dead things than I do with you these days. And you can see, like, this comes deep. This has been something that's been a problem for a while, and now it starts like coming out, and he genuinely looks pissed off.
He took care of me when I lost my mom and my dad. All right, he looked out for me. I've made a mistake that he would have killed somebody else over. All right, he's family. And so is his wife, and so are those little girls, and so I'm.
Am I not family to you either?
How could you?
Is this going to be the rest of your lives? What we're just talking about? I'm just going to be second choice every single fucking time.
Not every, and like is so mad at him saying that. Like takes out the box, opens it, and tosses it in his lap. You think I would have?
Like, yeah, I think she's the empathy that has been kind of like expecting his build up and like.
You think I would have went through all the hassle just for anybody to get you that? Look at it.
Yeah.
See what it's made out of?
I think they'll like pick up and like look at it and obviously clocks what it is and just goes like, you went to all this you went to all this
dinosaur
trouble
in their ring.
Criminal!
Look at you. I don't know how to do those things.
I didn't do it.
Yeah, fair enough. I think he looks at it and like going through all this trouble to get this ring, and then you just run off. Go help them, and we'll put it in a box and hand the box back.
Takes it and shoves it in his pocket. Fine.
Go! Or else someone might die or whatever. Maybe they'll end up in my... Oh no, they won't. I'm not that kind of...
And kind of storms out.
Yeah.
And like gets in the car and is just driving like a bat out of hell. Why can't he just fucking understand? Why can't he just fucking understand that, okay? He's family too, but so are they. They're both important, and I know this ruined the fucking moment, but this is life or death, okay? There are some things that are more important than a fucking proposal!
Yeah. I think at home, Jean's just like angrily kind of grabs a pillow to like just throw it down for sitting down and like might even like cry a little bit, more just out of frustration than anything. Yeah.
Remind me, because I think that was the box was left with Jean, right? The ring was
he gave it back.
He gave it back, so it's on DW right now.
Okay. This is interesting. I do think this is a good time for that roll.
Yeah.
And remember, we'll touch on that in a minute. Let's see what the roll looks like.
That's a 2.
It's a partial failure. Roll another d4.
Oh boy. That's a 4.
Okay. Evens are rolled, no progress is made, but 1 spite token is added. Now, this is a 2 of diamonds, which means everything is doubled. So that's
no!
Can I put it as if we go to like the sitting room, that one of the things that gets added to it is a silent image of Jean doing the argument like over and over, like the same kind of movements, the same, but no words come out, but it's just yelling at air.
I love that.
Yeah.
Oh my god! I was okay! I had 1 progress point and no spite! Okay.
So, I think this is an interesting. We are pretty close to you having to go. So I will leave this up to you, VJ. Do you want to talk through the actual happenstance of death here, or do you want to move straight on to whether or not you cross into whatever afterlife there may be?
Let's talk about the actual happenstance of death. I think we can get that in.
Gotcha. So, you're blazing in as fast as you can with this sort of like almost muscle car. It's 60s, right? So muscle car it would likely be, right?
Mm-hmm. I think so.
Wait, 60s people also had mobile phones, I think. Is that?
Nah. Well,
yeah, because we had someone call in and like, not, they would have been really big, right?
That's fine. He has a really big
fucking
that's fine.
Phone. Yeah,
that's
okay.
Fine.
Just on his pocket, yeah. Okay, fine. Continue.
That's fine. This sort of comes in, and you've got what I think is like a classic like station wagon.
Mm-hmm.
That is loaded with people, right? Like they've got basically the tailgate down, and because people are spilling out of it so much,
mm-hmm.
Armed, I would say to the teeth. That is rolling up at the same time to this ice skating rink. This is, I think, if it's okay with you, I'm just sort of going on this one. I almost think that this is a statement. This is not something that someone is doing secretly. This is meant to be public.
I agree.
Okay. So they are just walking out in front of everybody. And I think shortly thereafter, like you roll up. There's and I say armed to the teeth with the station wagon. I think there's 6 to 8 people. I don't want this to become like a John Wick style sequence, unless you're really looking for that.
No.
Right, like you're not taking down 24 people before dying, right?
No, I'm not. He's keeping the wife and kids alive and sacrificing himself for that.
Yeah. So, how do we think that this comes to be? I think they're probably out ice skating, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, do we? I would say that likely our folks decide probably not at first to cross the ice. Like, we don't really want to don ice skates. It's weird to be out here in regular shoes and slide across, and then like may lose our footing, that sort of a thing. I think DW. Would you think that DW just like goes for it?
Honestly, I think he does. I think he's like out there running as fast. Come on, get over here, and is like running like as close as he can, and like is ushering them like to get up against the wall. I think there is like a volley of bullets that get shot, and then other people are like screaming and running as he's got the 3 of them down, and he fires off like a bevy of it. There's like return fire, and I think there's like a moment where they have to reload, and while the others were like getting their shoes off so they could actually run, it's like, okay, we have to get behind the cars.
And I think there is off in the distance a couple more cars of like reinforcements and folks show up as the bullet sounds start to like ring through the city. And I think as reinforcements arrive, because you end up riddled with bullet holes, but the family is safe, right?
Yeah, I think he dives in front of them and takes all those bullets at some point in this.
So yeah, I think somebody opens fire with something automatic, probably, and you just see. I'm trying not to use hockey analogies here, but like just a dive across the ice, and just riddled with holes.
I think as he like dives across, he has his own gun out and just like does manage to kill the guy that he just died protecting everybody.
Yeah, and I think on this other vehicle is where Bumpy, I think, rolls up with a couple of people, and Bumpy opens fire on like maybe the last one or two that had still been like crouched down, taking them out, eliminating the threat. So, given that, how do we feel about resolution here? We have what? 2 spite tokens
and 1 progress.
So last time we really didn't have to roll because we knew where this was going.
Yeah.
there are 2 sort of options. We can do reflection, where we just look at these and decide based on spite tokens and success and fails, which you have 1 success and 2 spite tokens, I believe.
Yep.
So that's an interesting sort of mixed success solution. Or you can build a D4 dice pool for each based on which, I mean, that would just be a success. But you subtract spite points. So you would need to roll at least a 2 on the die for that to succeed.
So here's the thing. I think looking at this and knowing where the 2 spite points came from and what just happened, I think this doesn't have like I think he doesn't let go. I think he like in his last moments, like he's dead before he hits the ground.
Yeah.
But in that last moment, he's thinking of Jean and the way he left things. And I think he remains and haunts Jean for the rest of his life.
Wow.
Wow.
Damn.
That's rough.
So, here is we're back to sort of the end of this. Let's each come up with a way of how DW haunts Jean.
Ooh, I feel like it's one of those things where Jean will wake up in the middle of the night sometimes, and not knowing quite why, but feels like the air in the bedroom is heavy. Not threatening, but just like wake up, and I feel like it's always like around maybe the same time or something, or maybe like or it could either be a number that's representative to something in their relationship, or just like like 3 a.m. the witching hour or whatever. But just always wait like. Not every night, but like has frequent times where he wakes up for no reason and just feels this sort of almost presence in the bedroom that he cannot place.
I think at various times he feels a weight on his ring finger.
Oh,
as if the wedding ring is actually there, and then looks and it's not.
Oh, I love that.
I like that a lot.
That's good.
I believe, and we didn't talk too much about this, but I believe that DW had a cologne that they wore every single day.
Oh yeah, that's the thing.
I could believe that.
Yeah, that's the thing with ghosts where you can sometimes smell.
And I think intermittently, and Jean hasn't been able to put a marker on why this happens, but intermittently, there are just whiffs of that cologne.
Yeah. Ooh.
And no one else seems to smell it.
But I also feel like it's like one of those moments where it's like really brief. So like, he'll recognize the cologne, but before he has time to process it, it's gone again.
And you can
so he never gets to
yourself that you didn't smell it for a second.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So, now that we've said that, shall we go around and we could do a wish, or we could say goodbye to DW here.
I'll go first.
Okay.
Go. I guess. Goodbye, near fiance.
Goodbye.
So sorry.
I wish that when Gene dies, DW is able to move on and reunite with him in whatever comes after.
Aww.
I love that
sweet.
very much.
Yeah.
All right.
Wow.
I know we got to get you out of here, so I'm going to do this really, really quickly. If you all love that like we did, that game is called Ghostfy. You'll see it at the top of the screen here, and it is by Eli Hauscher. Amazing. Emotionally will wreck you, but for great reasons. I would say please go check it out. It is also a solo version, so if you don't want to do this around people, if you're like, I do not have the emotional vulnerability to, I don't know, broadcast this to the internet, which is totally valid. It's a weird thing. Then you can just experience this on your own and feel the feels. And if there's a character you'd like to do from your home games or things like that, that's a great thing here. This has been amazingly fun. Thank you both for going on this journey with me. Wow.
Yeah, thank you for inviting. This is really lovely. I feel like we've thrown like constant emotional damage at each other.
We have absolutely
wonderful.
Just wrecked each other.
Yeah.
So last sort of things, where can folks find you? And if you have any final thoughts, now's the time. VJ.
Hey everybody, you can find me everywhere on the internet as VJH Creations, and everywhere includes TikTok if it survives. YouTube, Twitter, Blue Sky, Twitch, Tumblr. You can also find me at vjhcreations.com. At Instagram, you can find me at vjh_creations. And if you go to my link tree, which is linktr.ee/vjhcreations, I have a Discord server where me and like my small little community, we make things, we talk about games, we shoot the shit, we have a fun time, and the Discord link's there as well, so you can enjoy yourself. I'm a professional DM and ttrpg designer who's served all and a developmental and content editor and a sensitivity reader, and all of my services are available for literally anybody on the internet. Terms may apply, so like, yeah.
You gotta just book them. Just go ahead and pay VJ. I'm gonna say that right now. And then of course, Anna, Riley.
Yeah, whichever you prefer. Hello.
Where can folks find you, and any last thoughts?
Everyone can find me at Peculiar Plans on pretty much every social media. It's the same at anywhere, as well as my website, peculiarplanets.com. I write comics, I write tabletop stuff. Actually, hire both VJ and me for the same project. I would love to work with them on like a project again. So do that. If you want to find me at other APs, I'm currently in a Pathfinder 2nd Edition actual play podcast called Twilight's Edge over at Tumble True Network on any kind of platform that you listen to. And I, on alternating Fridays over at Panzer's Tables, I'm in a D&D campaign called Dark Waters, which is very emotionally and it's very gritty. Feeling if you like the kind of feelings thing, definitely watch that because you'll get more of that. But yeah, this was great. I love this. Thank you.
You can find me at Tony Will Edit, mostly on Blue Sky these days, and of course here on the Roll for Respawn, here on Twitch, and of course YouTube. You can find more in our About page with our link tree at Roll for Respawn. With that being said, it is a wide, wild Wonderarium out there. Make sure you take a friend. We'll see you next time. Bye-bye. Oh.